Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the regular council meeting of Monday, November 20th, 2023. We'll commence the meeting at 1 p.m. and I'll call the meeting to order. We'll begin with the land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that the township of Cabot is located on the Treaty 20 Mississauga territory in the traditional territory of the Mississauga Anishinaabe. We offer our gratitude to First Nations for their care for and teachings about these lands. May we honor these teachings. I'll look to council for approval of the agenda before us today. Moved by Councillor Byrne, seconded by Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? That is approved. There is no disclosures. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest at this time? Seeing none. There is no closed session. We'll begin the meeting with our first presentation today. Ms. Janice Page, Construction Manager, GTA East Operations from Enbridge Gas. Janice, welcome. Did Cindy give you the tutorial? So just push the button and then when you're finished speaking, push it again so we can take back over the mic.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Janice Page, the Construction Manager, GTA East Operations, and I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of Enbridge Gas to make this announcement. This year, Enbridge Gas is donating $250,000 in support of Safe Community Project Assist, a program that we've proudly supported for 12 years. And this is an educational initiative that helps fire departments in the communities we serve purchase materials that will enhance life-saving firefighting techniques. And since its inception, has provided 344 grants for training materials. Today, Cavan-Monaghan Fire Department is one of the 50 fire departments across Ontario that will benefit from this donation. We have a long history of supporting the communities that we serve, and safety is our top priority. As part of our efforts to promote natural gas safety, we are also committed to supporting the people who keep our communities safe. We provide first responders, including firefighters, with funding for everything from equipment to training, and we're happy to ensure the people who protect us have the support that they need. So on behalf of Enbridge Gas, I just would like to commend Cavan-Monaghan Fire Department and the Fire Marshal's Public Fire Safety Council for their dedication to safety, and we're proud to help enhance the training efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Very appreciative for the funding support for the training. I know the chief will put it to good use and help offset the operational budget constraints that we're facing. We'll take every cent that we can get. Chief, would you join me at the front? We'd just like to do a brief photo with Janice if you could. But thank you again, Janice, for the presentation today. All right, moving on to the next, or I guess we need a motion, to receive the check presentation from Janice Page, Construction Manager, GTA East Enbridge Gas. Moved by Councillor Nanchoff, seconded by Councillor Edgerton. All in favor? That is approved. Moving on, we have another presentation today from Rika Law with regards to our Master Servicing Study, Class EA Report Summary. I believe Rika is joining us. Perfect. Hi, Rika.
Technology. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Councillor and Township staff, as well as esteemed public. So I am here today to present to you the hard work that the Township staff and RV Anderson has been doing for the Township. It is in regard to the Master Servicing. So in essence, it is a roadmap as to what the Township will need in order to service, particularly Millbrook as it grows. And this is in regard to the water and wastewater servicing. So now normally in the Master Servicing, which is under a class environmental assessment process, we do not need to go to council during the draft report period. But what the Township staff wanted to do was to update the council in regard to what has been done so far since the PIC, which happened in June, and to do additional due diligence to make sure you are informed. So that's why we're presenting to you again just a summary of what is in the class environmental draft report. And then after that, we will be going to the Ministry of Environment and giving them our draft report. of which they will be able to review, provide comments, and then we will finalize before it goes to the public for a 30-day review period. So normally under the Class A process, all we really needed to do was get our report finalized and go straight to the public for a 30-day review period, but we are doing that extra step of presenting to you today. Perfect. So that was the introductions, and we will be running through some background and context, highlighting some of the previous meetings we've had in front of council in terms of this entire project. We will be providing to you the findings of the MSS, or Master Servicing Study, in terms of the water supply, the water storage, the wastewater treatment, as well as the wastewater conveyance. And then we'll be discussing what are the next steps. Now that we put this roadmap in front of you, what are the imminent milestones that you'll be hitting, and then also the further out milestones. And then there'll be a chance for questions and comments. So these are just a list of acronyms if you ever needed to go and refer back to them, but we can move on ahead and I'll explain the terms as we go. So in terms of background and context, thank you for whoever's flipping the slides. You are very good on your timing. So we've had previous council presentations. So it started with the first one in October 2021, a few years ago. And that included not only our team from the Master Servicing, but also the Growth Management Strategy team, which was Watson. And so Watson did the population forecast and the rationale behind the growth that was pending for the township. And then we took and worked with them and the township staff. We took their population numbers and said, okay, if it was this many people coming through, what would it mean in terms of the water requirements and the wastewater requirements? So that's what we did in 2021. And then we did another update to council again in 2023. And what happened in between the 2 years was that the township wanted to look further, not just to 2041, but to 2051. And a lot of municipalities are doing that. They're bumping it up to 2051. And so that's where the March 2023 presentation was about. The GMS team, again, the growth strategy team, had to update their population numbers as a result of adding an extra 10 years. And then there was also in that time a county official plan that was being updated for the Millbrook urban area, and the township staff was working with the county of Peterborough on those numbers. And then as a result, then the Master Servicing team had to go and take those new updated numbers and where the official plan from the county was going to be for the Millbrook urban area. And then we had to update our findings for the water wastewater servicing. So then some of you attended our June PIC, and thank you very much for doing that. And that happened this year. And that was where we presented the options for the water wastewater servicing, and then presented to you the different alternatives, our evaluation of it. And then we also at that time gave the panels, made them available on the website to interested public or First Nation communities and any other agencies that were interested that weren't able to make it for the in-person meeting. And then lastly, today is where I am presenting to you what we call the final draft. It is draft to you, but very much worked on by the township staff. And so after this, like I said, we will be bringing this to the Ministry of the Environment for their comments. And then once all of that is incorporated, we would be able to go to the public with the final document for their 30-day review period. So this slide may look familiar to you if you attended the PIC. This was the slide in regard to the municipal class environmental assessment process. And for those who are not familiar with it, the class environmental assessment process allows for a good framework that will comply with the Environmental Assessment Act. And so the Master Servicing Study took that kind of a process where it allows for public consultation and discussion with agencies and takes into consideration different factors, including the environment, social, economical, of course, technical and whatnot. So for our Master Servicing, as you could see in the blue boxes, we completed phase 1, which is developing the problem and opportunity statement, what is the problem or the opportunity that the township has here at the moment, and then having a notice of commencement sent out to the public. Phase 2 is then developing these alternatives so that you can know how to go and address the the opportunity or the problem at hand. And as you can see in the little yellow star there in that blue long rectangle, so we're almost at the very end, and we're just about to get that file report ready to go out to the public. And so that's why we're here today. You'll see that there's some gray boxes. So these are the subsequent Class EA projects that we foresee will be coming as a result of the roadmap we've given to you from our MSS. So for example, there would be a water storage class environmental assessment, another water supply class environmental assessment to see where you could get more water. There would be a Schedule C class environmental assessment for wastewater treatment capacity expansion at the wastewater treatment plant. And so these gray boxes map out as to how many other steps are needed in order for those to be completed. But today we'll mainly primarily focus on the blue boxes. So we go to the next slide, please. So in terms of the problem and opportunity statement, what the team has decided is that with the preparation of this water and wastewater servicing, it is to address the future growth and the opportunity of that future growth in Cavan-Monaghan. And so it is to look at the immediate, intermediate, as well as the long-term requirements within this study area. And the study area is shown in the bolded black line. And that is based off of the updated urban area that is in the County of Peterborough official plan. So we also looked at the existing infrastructure. What do you have right now? And then what do you need to improve or expand on in order to progress into addressing and servicing this growth? So the study prioritized solutions that would, of course, comply with regulations and with planning policies. It also included, as I said earlier, public consultation and feedback from various stakeholders. We did get public comments, and we have responded to those and continue to have dialogue with them. And then in addition to that, from all those alternatives, we evaluated based off of financial viability, technical feasibility, of course, making sure we are socially and environmentally responsive, taking on that responsibility and being responsible about it. And then, so at the end of the day, the idea is to give you that roadmap. Next slide, thanks. So with this, what we want to present in the slide is these are your existing facilities that you have. And in the blue font, you can see this is the capacity of which you're using these existing facilities. So for example, in the bottom left corner, you see the water supply wells, which are on King Street, and you are currently at about 35% of that capacity. Now, with the growth that's forecasted, and you'll see in the later slides, you will need additional water supply, and it may not necessarily be from this current well field. It could be from other well fields, and this is all to be assessed later. But the idea is to give you a snapshot as to where you are right now in terms of capacity. So for the most part, your infrastructure seems to be fine for your needs right now. There is a sewage pumping station on Tupper Street that is at 100% capacity. And so that's one of the things that would be imminently needed to be looked at. And that's what our study does for you. In terms of the chart on the bottom right-hand corner there, that is to show you that your current population, residential, is at about 2,500 people with close to 1,000 employees. And by 2051, you are going to almost quadruple that to 10,000, and with total employees almost at 4,000. So good for you to have this kind of opportunity. Now we need to manage it so that it's a sustainable growth, right? So just moving on to the next slide then. So in terms of the existing capacity and what we're projecting to be the future demand on these facilities, the existing capacity is shown in the blue bar, whereas what we forecast, the flows that are going to be demanded of your existing facilities are in the orange bar, and you could see from the different facilities, be it in terms of the wastewater or the water max day or your storage or your pumping stations and whatnot, there will need to be expansions or new facilities in order to accommodate this growth. Thank you. So now we're talking about the findings of our master servicing plan. So we'll start off with water supply. So like you saw on the previous blue bar, and compared to the orange bar, there's no surprise with growth, you're going to need more water, even though right now you're only at about 35% of the current well capacity. We do foresee that you are going to need as much as almost 6,000 cubic meters per day. And your current wells can only do up to 3,000 cubic meters. So there will need to be additional hydrogeological study in different places to find where you can get that extra 3,000 some odd capacity. And so we've tried our best with the township team forecasting where the development timeline is going to go to help map out where approximately and when approximately you would need to have these new water supply found and commissioned in order to accommodate the growth. So this next slide is just a long list of alternatives. It includes do nothing, which is something that the class environmental process requires us to do. If the proponent decide to do nothing, what would happen? And so the idea would be, well, then the growth would cease to exist. You would lose that opportunity. And the continued need for maintenance of your existing would still be there. So really that doesn't address the problem or the opportunity, and that does get crossed off. But other alternatives, for example, increasing water conservation or keeping with what you're already doing, that in itself is a good alternative and you should continue with it. However, it in itself cannot be a standalone alternative. So we looked at alternatives 4 and 5, which are in the white rows there. These are the ones, after looking at a quick high-level overview, what would be the likely alternatives that would work? And so, for example, would be expanding the existing groundwater well supply, seeing how much more you can get out of your existing well field. And if you're not able to get anything else out of that, then do look for additional groundwater in and around the Millbrook area. So that's what alternatives 4 and 5 are. And some of the other alternatives that we had to cross off would be, for example, connect to the external water supply system, be it City of Peterborough, or construct a new water supply through a surface water treatment plant. And all of these we did consider as well on a very high level. But as a result of discussions with other parties involved or the financial costs as a result of those, we took those off and left with the shortlisted alternatives 4 and 5. Next slide, please. So this is where we have more detailed evaluation on the shortlisted alternatives 4 and 5. And so we go through, like I said, the social concerns, we look at the technical feasibility, we look at cultural in terms of archaeological as well as cultural heritage, and we also consider environmental and of course cost. And then at the end, the last row there, it says summary. And so we're finding that both of these alternatives would be good for consideration for the township. And once you do the hydrogeological investigations, you'll be able to find a more solid answer as to which way you're going to go or if you're going to go with both. Next slide, please. So this slide is just a recap of what you currently have, which is your municipal wells down there in on King Street. You have your 3,000 cubic meters a day, and you do need to go up to 6,200 cubic meters a day by 2051, and you do want to stage this growth. And so, like I said, the next steps would be the hydrogeological investigations to actually confirm what kind of water quantity as well as water quality that you could get. And then after that, there would be additional further Class EAs and or archaeological screening process, depending on where the well potentials are. And then future investigations may still continue to be required for the specific footprint that you end up deciding to go with. So that's in terms of water supply. Thank you. Next is water storage. So right now, if you look out the window, there is the existing standpipe that the township has, and it does have a capacity of about 2,000 cubic meters. And so when we're planning for the future growth, what we're finding is that additional storage will be needed, even though you're not using your full storage at its capacity right now. So in this figure, we've mapped out what, based on the forecasted development timelines, what that could be in terms of when you would cross that threshold of needing a new storage tank. So that's just a little bit before 2031. And so our encouragement to the township is to consider having a second water storage tank that gives you redundancy, but also it gives you storage requirements for the growth. And so that is what we are proposing. So next slide, please. So again, we go through different options. What happens if you conserve more water? Will you be able to get rid of needing that second storage? And unfortunately, not. And so we looked at different options. Do we want to add a new storage to work with your existing storage, or do you want to build a whole new storage and actually decommission the current one you have? But I mean, given that you just got a new one not too long ago, it's still in really great working capacity, you might as well have the two work in tandem. The new one that will be coming in the future with the existing. And so if you need to take any one of the tanks down for cleaning or whatnot, you still have the ability to have storage for the town, albeit on a lesser amount, if you chose option 4. And so that's why we said that that was a good option for you. Next slide, please. So because we have to compare it to something, we compared it to do nothing. But that is just a quick evaluation between if you did nothing at all, no additional storage, you were just going to try to get the wells to treat and pump more water for you versus alternative 4, which is having the 2 storage tanks. So that is our evaluation there. And based off of all of our rankings to those same criteria that I talked about previously, the preferred alternative is to get you a new storage tank. So this slide is just to show you where the existing storage tank is. It's not alluding to where the new storage tank may be. That will come after when we do, or when the township goes and does a separate Class EA for that water storage tank for the future. Okay. Now we come to wastewater treatment. So we talked about the clean stuff. Now we're going to get dirty. So with the wastewater treatment, you currently have a rated capacity in terms of peak at 2,000 some odd cubic meters a day. Your average rated capacity is about 2,500. And so from, again, the development forecast, we foresee that likely you're going to cross your 85% threshold, which is where you really need to get going on figuring out what you're going to do next in the next few years, and then likely to actually reach the capacity of your plant shortly after 2031 or so. So because the process is quite long, you will need to do a Schedule C Class EA, you need to do the design, you need to do the construction. We are encouraging township staff to look ahead and to start planning for these upgrades that will be needed. And so what we forecast based on the future population from the GMS and whatnot is that by 2051, you will need to increase the capacity from a peak of about the 8,000 cubic meters a day to almost 14,000 cubic meters. Okay, next slide, please. And again, we went through the different processes. We looked at do nothing. We looked at if we reduced I&I, which the township staff have actually been doing a really good job. They have been doing their I&I studies. They've been relining the sewers. They've been fixing what they could of the existing sewers. And that buys you a little bit of capacity, but it won't be able to address the growth that is going to still need more capacity. So we looked at different things. We looked at expanding the existing wastewater treatment plant that you do have. And of course, it's always good to maximize and optimize the infrastructure you already have, rather than skipping out to buying a new thing. But we did look at possibility of constructing a second wastewater treatment plant as well. And of course, that as you see in the orange text, will require further investigation if the township wants to go that way. But at least alternative 4 is definitely a viable option for you. We did look at some other alternatives as well, if it's a question in your mind as to, oh, well, can we send it over to, let's say, the city of Peterborough? So there were some considerations and discussions, but at the moment right now, that doesn't seem to be feasible given the city of Peterborough's official plan. And then we also considered constructing a new decentralized wastewater system, but that is going to end up having more significant costs to you. And so we decided that we would really just focus on alternative 4, which is expanding what you currently have with the possibility of looking at alternative 5, depending on how the investigations go. Next slide, please. So again, this is our detailed evaluation of alternatives 4 and alternatives 5. We do believe alternative 4 would be the preferred alternative, but we're leaving the possibility of, once we do, or the township does further investigations, whether or not they want to consider that further. Next slide. So this slide is just showing where the existing wastewater treatment plant is located, which is at the end of Centennial Lane. And currently, like I said, it's able to do about a little bit over 8,000 cubic meters a day, with a forecast to needing to go up to 14,000 cubic meters. And so the next steps, of which, because it takes so long to do an assimilative capacity study, we have been helping the township out on that to give you a head start. It does take about a year to sample how Baxter Creek is doing and whether or not it is able to assimilate more of the effluent. So that is underway. And hopefully the results will be given to the township for next year. Additional investigations such as the environmental, archaeological, and cultural heritage will have to happen, and that will be part of the future Schedule C Class EA process that happens outside of this master servicing study. And then after that, you can proceed to design and construction. Okay, this next part and this last part is about wastewater conveyance. So although, yes, we've talked about the wastewater treatment, you need to get the sewage from the houses to the wastewater treatment plant. So that's what the conveyance is about. So we looked at what we call the north catchment, which is in that blue area up at the top. A lot of that is the future development growth. And then there's the south catchment, which is in the orange there. And that's a lot of the existing township with the Millbrook area. And so we did sanitary modeling to understand how, with the flows that are coming or already here, how is that going to work out in terms of conveyance? Do you have any existing areas that you need to actually expand on? Or if there are new areas, what do you foresee, or what do we foresee from the modeling that you need to size your sanitary sewers for, so that you're not ripping them out again later on? So this is what essentially we were doing. And as I said earlier, Tupper Street Sewage Pumping Station is already at or exceeding its rated capacity. To your benefit, though, the previous designers for the sewage pumping station gave you sufficient emergency storage volume. So even though the pumps are not able to keep up with the flows in terms of its rated capacity, you have enough storage to allow you that buffer, so you're not surcharging into your system. So just to help appease any concerns at the moment, just because it is exceeding its rated capacity, you still have that buffer. Okay, so that's what we are looking at to address. Okay, knowing that, what do you need to do to make sure when the growth does come, you don't end up also eating up that emergency storage and getting in trouble with the MECP? So next slide, please. Okay, so we quickly looked at, for the north catchment first, what can we do? So there was the idea of constructing a new sewage pumping station and flowing it through what we call the west sewer shed. So what we call the west sewer shed would be to the west of Tupper Street, County Road 10. And then we also looked at, well, if we want to send the sanitary sewers by gravity down on the east side, so east of Tupper Street, how would that look? And so based on our modeling, we found that it would be advantageous for you to construct a new sewage pumping station, but to send it by gravity after that on the east side. So next slide, please. In terms of the south catchment, so this is with your existing urban area. The alternative would be, of course, to upgrade your existing sewage pumping station. And so there'll be a few more slides to explain what that would entail. Great, thank you. So we'll talk about the north catchment first, which is on the left side of the slide. And that is in regard to, from our evaluation with the modeling, going along the east sanitary sewer routing, which you see in the blue lines there. And then ultimately ending in that little orange trapezoid. That's the existing wastewater treatment plant area. And the idea would be to construct a new sewage pumping station in the northern employment area. So as you're all familiar with the topography of Millbrook, you're sort of in a few bowls. The downtown area is in one bowl, and then the northern employment area is also in a separate bowl. So there's a hill in between, and you need to get the sewage up over the hill. And that's where a new sewage pumping station in that new employment area would allow you to do that. And then once you get up over the crest of the hill, you can gravity flow thereafter to those blue sanitary sewer lines that we show mapped out. So this routing allows you to do less upgrades and expansions to the proposed sewers, and that should be an easier route for you to take. Further, I guess, design and whatnot will need to be done, because a lot of these plans are just based on what the township staff knows right now from development plans. But as we all know, development plans do get updated along the way. And so this may also need to get updated along the way as you progress. In terms of the south catchment, that is what we're showing to the right. That is your Tupper Street sewage pumping station. So from a quick assessment, we believe that you would be able to pull out the existing pumps, putting some larger pumps, and then that would be able to help deal with your lack of rated capacity at the moment, as well as in the future. And so if you're able to keep it within the existing building infrastructure and not have to get more land or build another structure, you would actually be exempt from the next Class EA step. So you could go straight into design, get this little issue treated and dealt with, and then you can sleep better at night. Okay, so in terms of next steps, thank you. So what we have here, as I already outlined to you, the master servicing plan study is to be wrapped up with MECP to review. After that, a notice of completion will be issued to stakeholders, and then it'll be available for 30 days for public review and comments. And the table here is to outline for you the projects that we discussed and whether or not they fall into the short-term bucket, the medium-term bucket, or the long-term bucket, along with costs that we've forecasted in terms of engineering as well as capital. And then what is the next step? Is it exempt from a schedule, a Class EA? So for example, Tupper Street is exempt from the Class EA. The booster station that's by your standpipe right now, that does need to increase its capacity. But again, you're just switching out pumps for larger pumps. And so all of that is exempt from the Class EA process. And then we outline for you a few more of the larger projects that will require a schedule Class EA of some sort. So hopefully that chart will help you understand what is up and coming. That in essence is your roadmap, or your roadmap table. And I think the next slide is just comments and questions. So open the floor.
Thank you for that presentation, Rika. It's kind of difficult to look that far in the past. And obviously, as you mentioned, there's a lot of things and disruptions, whether it's interest rates or things like that, or market conditions that affect how growth occurs. So this is just a loose outline as to, with the forecast before us and with the allocation of the pre-existing growth allocation from the County of Peterborough, that we're still waiting for approval of that official plan. And with a new PPS that might change the composition of that plan, obviously the growth that we forecasted in the GMS might also change as well. So there's lots of moving pieces to what's going on, but it's nice to have a sort of some forecasted look into the future as to how this would or could, what would be involved in it moving forward. Questions, members of council for Rika for the presentation, Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, to a great presentation. Thank you. I know there's a lot of work that's gone into this over the last few years and is continuously evolving. My question is around the water usage. Like if it looked like the population was quadrupling, or the water usage actually was going up by like 6 times. Is that like, are we building an extra buffer into that, or am I just reading that chart wrong? Sorry, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, to Deputy Mayor. So let's go back a few slides if we could. Let's see if there's one that we can have some numbers on. Was it the water storage that you were seeing? The bar chart would be a great one. Just pass. Okay, so as in like currently you're seeing the water usage at 1,000. Is that what your question is?
Right. So you had the population, I believe it was 2,500 people going up to a little over 10,000 people. So that's like 4 times the growth, right? But now you're going from 1,000 to 6,000 for the water. Like that's a much bigger jump than. So you're assuming that more people will use more water, or am I just not reading this correctly? Sorry.
Good question. Through Mayor to Deputy Mayor. So we did different calculations. We had to use some assumptions as to what kind of per capita will be needed. Let me explain that a little bit better. How much water usage per person that is currently happening may change for the future needs, especially when it comes to employment. There's a lot more employment growth that we're trying to get to. So even though the population data was showing that, well, we're going to go from, I think it was 2,500 people to 10,000, but your employment was going to go from 1,000 to I think 4,000. And so the employment needs are going to add to that population amount. So if you did a equivalent, I guess, you'd be comparing sort of like 3,500 equivalent to the 10 plus the 4. So you're looking at 14,000. So you're looking at different needs from a residential use and from employment use, depending on if you're going to get dry employment, like, for example, a Walmart warehouse versus if you were going to go with I'm not saying that these industries have come your way or anything like that, but like a poultry food processing plant is going to require a lot more water. So we had to, not having a crystal ball, and I wish I did, we had to just make assumptions as to what those employment needs are going to be and just give you some buffer so that you're not boxed in case these employment opportunities do come knocking on your door and you're like, dang it, I wish we could give me a bit more storage or water capacity so I could accommodate these. So it could inevitably be that you don't need that much water, but let's go out there and find what kind of water supply you do have And then you would be able to see whether or not you want to phase the growth and have them brought online as these opportunities come, which I think would be a great idea for cash flow and whatnot. And you're just seeing what is out there. So that's why it's not quite an exact, like, oh, we're going to multiply by this much, but it's a great question.
Thanks for that example, Ricky. I was just doing some quick math and it looks like almost if you netted out the employment growth, you're almost at the 4:1 ratio that you were talking about. So it's, I think the employment is the big factor of whether and what kind of employment, as you mentioned, for water usage it is. Other questions for Rika while she's here? Councillor Byrne?
Through the chair, chart 19, the bar graph that you were looking at earlier, it's kind of along the same lines I was expecting. And for clarification, the difference between wastewater and raw sewage, but I was expecting a lot more increase on the bar chart if we're increasing the population by 4 times. The raw sewage is going to be the bigger problem. And I don't see any mention at all about the capacity of Baxter Creek to be able to take the outflow of whatever you're going to do down the road.
Through the mayor to Councillor Byrne, thank you for that question. So in regard to the wastewater treatment and the capacity that Baxter Creek can take, like I said, we are working with the township to do the estimative capacity study. And so that study will tell you how much more they envision Baxter Creek will be able to take the effluent. And that will be what will determine how much the wastewater treatment plant can grow by. And that will be something that will be sent to the Ministry of Environment, the township staff, and whichever consulting team, as well as the ministry, will be working together to figure out what is then the effluent criteria to be able to map out then, therefore, you have to work backwards. It's what am I limited to? What is then my ability to grow by? Yeah, so that's the idea. Right now, from what we foresee in terms of the population growth and therefore the wastewater needs and whatnot, again, with some guesses on the employment needs, that is what we're forecasting. And then once the estimative capacity results come in, we'll be able to see whether or not that target is actually achievable, or if more is able, and then you have a bit of buffer, or if less is allowed, then we're going to have to see what the next steps of that would be. Does that answer your question?
Thanks for that, Rika. Other questions, members of council? If not, we do have a report. We're just receiving this for information so it can be submitted for process. So if there's no other questions, just look for a mover to receive the presentation from Rika and Class EA report summary for information. Councillor Byrne, Deputy Mayor Huntley, all in favor? That is approved. Thanks, Rika. Thank you for that. Just before the other delegation, or sorry, the other presentation goes, I'm not sure if it's a member, I think it might be a member of council's phone keeps going off. It's very distracting. And I didn't say beforehand, just if we can all just take a second just to ensure that our ringers are off, if the phones aren't off, just so we don't have that disruption. I know it's tricky for the people listening online too. Well, there you go. One less culprit. Okay, very good. Thank you for doing that, everyone. If we can move forward now, Joanna Park, Auditors Baker Tilly for her presentation. Thank you for joining us, Joanna. It's over to you. If you hit that button, you're good to go.
There we go. Thank you very much for having me today. I'm Joanna Park, a partner at Baker Tilly, for those of you I haven't had a chance to meet yet. In your packages, you have the financial statements as well as a letter to us kind of telling you how the audit went. This presentation summarizes both of those, but at the end of my presentation, if you have any questions about the other 2 documents, I'm more than happy to address them as well. There's a few items in accordance with Canadian auditing standards that we're required to let council know about. Obviously, the biggest one is what you're really wanting from us, and that's the auditor's report. And this is attached to the financial statements. And we've replicated the second paragraph of that report, which is the one you really want to see. And that says, in our opinion, the accompanying consolidated financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the township at December 31st, 2022. So one thing to note, the word consolidated, these are the financial statements consolidated with the township results as well as the BIA and the library. And another thing to note there is that last couple of words there, the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Standards, which you as a municipality have to follow. They are slightly different if you own your own business than that accounting policies that are followed in those kind of statements. We're required to let council know what we do as part of our audit. We review the minutes of council closed and open session to ensure that anything that's financially related is reflected in the financial statements. We do lots of testing, we do random sampling, we do analytical review, and we look at management's estimates to make sure that they are reasonable. We look at your money coming in, your money coming out, and the systems related to those, as well as any internal controls. And if we have any recommendations on the controls there, we bring them to management's attention at the end of the audit. We don't have any significant items this year to report. The audit is complete, pending council's approval of the financial statements. And at the end of that, then we ask for management to sign a representation letter to represent that they've given us everything we need to do our audit, and a copy of that letter is in your package. And then we also ask for confirmation from your lawyers just to ensure that if there were any outstanding settlements, that they are appropriately reflected in the financial statements. We didn't have any significant difficulties encountered during the course of the audit. No change to our initial audit plan. We didn't have to change what we tested or what we looked at. We had no disagreements or difficulties with management. And as we've come to expect, we had excellent cooperation from management and staff. And we really want to take this opportunity to thank everyone for their efforts in getting this audit complete. And we didn't have any uncorrected audit differences. Now we get into the numbers, my favorite part here. And what we've done, instead of just showing the full financial statements, which can be a little overwhelming to put that up there, we've taken kind of the different segments within your financial statements and shown them there. So here's your financial assets, or your assets that can be more easily converted into cash. The first one and your largest one being your cash balance at $24.6 million. Significant increase there over the 5 years. We put the 5 years there so you can see the trend. It doesn't mean that I'm prepared to answer a question on what happened in 2018. It's more there just so you can see the trend there. So the reason, the primary reason there for the increase in cash is just you had significant increases in surpluses and reserves during the year, money that was raised that will be spent in the future periods. Your investments, your investments, $1.3 million. That's your investments in the one fund, which is managed by AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and that's at your cost amount, not the fair value. Within the financial statements, we do disclose the market value, but of course that's at December 31st. Now we're at November 20th, and it would be significantly different. Your accounts receivable, that's amounts owing to you, $1.7 million. There's amounts in there, HST, water and sewer, nothing out of the ordinary there, and nothing that we would suspect may not be collectible. And then your taxes receivable, $2.3 million. One thing we do is we look at the amount of your taxes receivable related to the amount, your total taxation base, and we compare that as a percentage. So in 2021, it was about 10.77%. 2022, you're at 10.96%. So a little bit higher, not much. And it's a little bit more than the ministry guideline. They like to see 10%. Now, in the numbers I provided you, I included penalty and interest. The ministry, when they actually look at it, they don't always include penalty and interest. They're kind of inconsistent there. If we don't include penalty and interest, you're just below the 10% mark. So you're right in there in line with what the province would like to see. And the next slide is just a graphical representation of the changes. Over the 5 years, your cash has always been your largest, and you can see the increases there over the last 5 years. And then your liabilities, your accounts payable and accrued liabilities, that's just going to go up and down just based on timing of projects going on. This year, the end of December, you had a lot of holdbacks and projects ongoing, so that would be included in the amounts owing at the end of the year. Your deferred revenue obligatory reserve funds, this is the amounts you have on hand that have not been spent. You have $1.15 million in development charges, as well as $335,000 for parkland and $421,000 in gas tax, or now known as the Canada Community Building Fund. So those are amounts that you've received that you haven't spent that can be used in future budgets. Your deferred revenue other, again, that's funding you've received, you haven't spent, that's the OCIF funding. And then you have estimate of employee future benefit payable. That's benefits that employees receive once they are done their employment or their employment with the township. And that's done by an actuarial study, $795,000. No change in your long-term debt. That's just gone down with your principal payments. And then your landfill post-closure liability, not a lot there because you're just monitoring the landfill based on the closure of the one site you have. And that will just decrease over the time until the monitoring is done. And again, the graphical representation, the biggest one being your long-term debt. And you can see No new long-term debt over the last 5 years. And then the changes, the red one is your other significant one, and that's your obligatory reserve funds or your development charges is most of that. And you'll see, depending on usage, it will go up and down. When you take your financial assets minus your liabilities, you get your net financial assets at 16.9 million, a nice increase over the prior year. And we'll see the 5-year change of that on the next slide. And then your non-financial assets, these are the assets that aren't easily converted into cash or that you're using to provide the services to the ratepayers. The biggest one being your tangible capital assets. And that's the historical cost of these assets minus the amortization, because you're expensing them over their useful life. So this year you had additions of about $4.3 million, amortization of 2.7, and then you also had disposal of some land and some other assets. So that gives you the 71.9 million. And we'll see the addition of those assets in a further slide. And then when you take all that and add it up, you get $88.9 million of accumulated surplus. And again, we'll see the breakdown of that further on. And then your 5-year trend of your net financial assets, you can see that's going up there. And that's just really the reason for that is the excess amount of cash on hand at the end of 2022. So it would be expected that that's not going to stay in that direction. You're going to be using that cash and it will decrease over the next little bit. And then, as I mentioned, you had about $4.3 million in additions in capital assets during the year. 2.8 of that is in building improvements with the public works, as well as the new fire hall. That'd be the big ones there. And then some work in the roads and bridges, various projects, including the Century Boulevard, Manor Drive, and Sharp Line. And then some equipment, some vehicles, and some work in the water and sewer. This one, I apologize. There is a error in this slide. You did do capital additions in 2018. In fact, you did about $9.2 million. So I apologize for that. There was something wrong with my template there. But the purpose of this slide is really to make sure that you're replacing your assets on average at a greater rate than the amortization. The assets are being amortized at the historical cost. And so, of course, we all know everything's costing more. So you want to make sure you're replacing them at a larger rate. So you can see, especially if you had that nice 9 million in 2018, that you are doing that on average. And of course, it's not going to happen every year, but it's just kind of that step back and take a look. And then looking at the average useful life of your assets, you have a lot of newer buildings around, so it's not surprising that you have about 83% of your remaining useful life of your buildings. They have a longer life as well. Roads and bridges are only 32%, and that's the average in that category. So of course, you're going to have some roads that are newer, some that are, a little older. So that's the average of that. But again, just nice to see a snapshot. Then we look at the consolidated statement of operations. So this is just the summary showing the total revenues and total expenses, and then the PSAB annual surplus. So the one thing to note, and we're going to see the detail of the revenues and expenses in a few slides, but the one thing to note is that the revenues don't include things like transfer from reserves, and the expenses don't include capital projects like capital expenditures. They're going to include the amortization, but not the actual capital, and they don't include transfer to reserves. So that's why when you see a PSAB annual surplus, you see those large numbers, and that's because that's not including the capital. So I just don't want anyone to come and say, hey, I know council didn't budget for an $8.6 million surplus. No, you didn't. It's the PSAB surplus there. And then looking at the accumulated surplus, we talked about it was $88 million, and this is the breakdown of this. You did have a general operating surplus, the first line there, $951,000. You have amounts invested in capital assets, about 62 million, and that's the net book value of the capital assets minus the debt. And you have about $2.2 million in unfunded capital, and that's mainly recreation. It's because you're using development charges before you've received them, which is common in a growth area. You're going to be doing that, but that's kind of where it falls out on the financial statements. When you receive those development charges, they'll get applied to that unfunded capital. Then you have unfunded landfill closure liability, as well as the employee future benefits. They're going to be funded as you spend the money. And then because they're consolidated, we show the library and the BIA surpluses there as well. And then the bottom portion is your reserves and reserve funds. So you have just over $26 million in reserves and reserve funds. You'll see that future capital has increased significantly year over year. And a lot of that has to do with projects that were budgeted for that just weren't completed in 2022. And the next slide just looks at the relationship between your accumulated surplus, which is the orange bar, and the net book value of capital assets. At times, then you do have municipalities where the net book value of capital assets is actually higher than the accumulated surplus. You can see that you're pretty consistent year over year where you do have that gap between them. And that would be because you have significant amount in reserves and reserve funds as netted with your debt and unfunded capital. And then again, just seeing the trend of the reserves and reserve funds over the years and seeing council's, addition to those reserves and then usage and then building them back up. And then again, just looking at the revenues and expenses and then the annual surpluses. And again, that's PSAB surpluses. And a lot of years when you're doing a lot of capital, you'll see that difference between the revenue and expenses. And the difference would be because of the capital funding. It's been consistent. And then looking at your total revenue, you had budgeted for about $21.8 million. The actual was 19.6. The biggest difference there is the developer contributions earned. You budgeted as if and appropriately all the projects were going to be completed. They weren't, and therefore the amount brought in from developer contributions is the amount that actually was required or that you had on hand at $1.6 million. Your largest revenue here is your property taxation, $11 million. And then you have your user charges, which have increased. This is 2022. So of course your rec facilities were being used a little bit more, especially your rentals too. Planning and zoning fees and water and sewer were also increased there. Other significant amounts there or differences, your interest, investment income, nice increase there with the interest rates going up. And then you had your donations of $241,000, including $200,000 for the community center. And then, as I mentioned, the developer contributions are in $1.6 million. And then the last line there, your gain on disposal of tangible capital assets, 1.4 million of that is the property that was sold, and that's the gain, the amount you originally purchased it for, and the proceeds there. And you can see here, 56.3% of your revenue, though, is still coming for property taxation and 14.6% coming from user charges. And then we have to show expenses two ways. The first way being kind of by department, general government protection. Everything I kind of looked through the numbers to see if there was any big variances. Nothing, there were kind of pluses and minuses, but nothing significant there. Your total budget was 13.2. Your actual came in at 13.5. And spread among kind of evenly between the various categories or departments, transportation and protection being the largest in your expenses. And then the other way is more in the type of expenses they are: salary and benefits, materials, contracted services. And again, the same total numbers there, the 13.2 and the 13.5. You can see 32.5% of your expenses are in salary and benefits, followed by contracted services, and then materials. And that is the end of my presentation. Are there any questions?
Very much for high-level presentation, Joanna. That's excellent. Glad to hear it's just a good news with regards to that. Questions, members of council, with regards to the presentation? Seeing none, there are two recommendations for the presentation. One that we just received the presentation, and the second, the council for the Township of Cappamonigan approves the 2022 consolidated financial statements and authorize the mayor and the director of finance, Kimberly Pope, to sign the management report for the year ending December 31st, 2022. No questions. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for those recommendations. Councillor Edgerton, Councillor Natchoff, all in favor. That is approved. Thank you very much for the presentation, Joanna. We're glad to hear it's good news. Look forward to seeing you again, and I'll see you afterwards to sign that off. Now we are moving on to the delegation portion. So we have a number of delegations on one subject matter. And I meant to do this. I probably should have done this before when we were approving the agenda, but I think just for the sake of the interested parties here, that I want to propose that we bring up the 10.3, item 10.3, which is the staff report on the proposed cell tower, so that we can hear all of the delegations, and we'll move up that staff report to be after the final delegation 7.7 on the forecast on the docket here. That way there doesn't have to be a gap of reports in between here and there, so we can allow the delegates to get on with their life and try to be respectful of the conversation. To do that, I can make that motion, but if council would provide a seconder and a vote if there's no objections. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? That is approved. So just so Cindy, so that's, we're moving 10.3 to be considered after item 7.7. Okay. So very good. So we have, I believe it's 7 delegations, if I said that correctly. Sorry, I'm not trying to miss anyone. I don't have the count written down. So with regards to the delegations, you have your 10 minutes. We can approach them like one by one. And because there are all of those delegations pertain to the same subject matter, what I'm proposing is that council will be taking notes of the questions, and then once the 6 individuals have made their respective delegations, we'll then go through and ensure that council can take those questions and ensure that they're answered by the delegates that are the one delegate and the staff report, if that's okay with it, just so we know, understand how it's going. Okay. So with that, we'll start the delegations. Daniel McWilliams, if you'd like to come forward and just hit that microphone on and off, on when you're on, and then off when you're off.
Your worship and council, just ask your if I can just change just for a second. I have a delegate here that's not feeling well. His back is bothering me. He's going to be going to a chiropractor shortly. So if we can ask him to come up first, I would appreciate that. Again, your indulgence on that fact.
Yep, if council's okay with that. Do you know, sorry, which is the individual? Mr. Bark? Okay, perfect. So we're just going to ask council then for a motion to switch the order from the 7.1 and 7.3. Moved by Councilor Nanchoff, second by Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? That is approved. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for that, Dan. Please come forward, Mr. Bark. Cindy, do you need anything else in that regard? We're good? Perfect. Okay.
Don't feel sorry for me, by the way. This happens with regularity every 2 years. It's a pain in the, well, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm here today in support of my friends in Mount Pleasant, and I consider that doing my duty, so to speak. My point is we need your help. You're important to us. You, the council, have been elected by your peers in the greatest sense to guide and protect the well-being of your constituents. It's up on the wall there. Often a really difficult balancing act. Part of that responsibility is obvious and mundane. That is taken for granted by your constituents, as we probably shouldn't. But in any case, things like road maintenance, sewer, water provision, where appropriate, garbage collection. And part of the responsibility, more or less in our case, is more abstract, rightly or wrongly, not top of mind for most of us. In this instance, protection of our environment. My colleagues will provide a certain level of data for your consideration this afternoon. I fully believe we have a legitimate cause to be very concerned about the flora and fauna of the Cabin Swamp, which was, as you all are probably aware in this room, the first protected wetland in Ontario. And for my interest, the sole location of several species of orchids. Jackson Creek, by the way, also rises as a spring right out of the ground, just up land line. The appropriate studies are unequivocal about the dangers of excess electromagnetic wave exposure, not just to humans, but to all flora and fauna that makes up the natural world. Who have chosen to live in the country for its natural beauty and benefits are aware of rural drawbacks. For example, providing and maintaining our own septic and water systems, more limited access to police, fire, and hospital services, and a somewhat reduced access to technology that we need in this century. We accept those drawbacks as being reasonable for our advantages. In the case of the proposed cell tower, we submitted is surplus to reasonable levels of service in that area. A quick story to illustrate your point in this. I was lucky to have the opportunity in 1978, when I was a young kid, to paddle down the South Nahanni River in the Yukon with 9 other members of my family. This is the granddaddy of canoe trips. You are isolated for a month. By the way, it includes Victoria Falls, twice the height of Niagara Falls, spilling 35,000 cubic feet a second over its lip, 4 separate canyons of 3,300 feet depth. But the point here is not showing off how it makes the Grand Canyon look like really second league. It almost didn't exist in 1978. A hydro dam was being given serious consideration. Luckily, the defenders of that river and ecosystem found a defender. The Prime Minister of the time, a competent, educated man, whether present company would have voted for him or not, was acknowledged to be an outdoorsman of the first rank. You know who I'm talking about? Pierre Trudeau. So you see some of the comments I made about him. But in any case, he was acknowledged to be an outdoorsman of the first rank. He was flown to the river, and with his aid, the project was canceled. Our delegation doesn't have a prime minister to defend the Cabin Swamp and the environs around Mount Pleasant. We need you. We need you to talk to the feds on our behalf, or whoever you need to, for our cause. It is your interest and your action that'll ensure an independent, serious study is done to investigate and communicate the environmental effects of that tower. The health of the natural world is the cheapest insurance we can get to maintain our quality of life. I notice up there, environmental issue is mentioned there, and it is important to all of us, even though it's not everyday top of mind, like the cost of food and the cost of gas. I appreciate your attention very much. Thank you. And I apologize for this, getting out of order and stuff.
Thanks. I hope you feel better. Thank you for your comments. We need a motion to receive the first delegation. Councillor Byrne, Councillor Natchoff, all in favor? That is approved. We'll go to the next delegation, which is Zibi. Oh, sorry, Dan. Yeah, I moved him right around, but by all means, Dan, absolutely come forward. That's fine. So 7.1, you'll work that out in the items. Okay. Thank you, Dan. Sorry about that.
Your worship, thank you. And council, thank you very much for that change of plan. And I'm pleased to be here. Dan McWilliams, by the way, 1031 Hayes Line, and here to talk on that proposed cell tower at 994 Mount Pleasant Road. One of the things that I'm a little saddened about is this room isn't full from wall to wall here of people doing the same as we're doing here in opposition. But the reason I'm suggesting that we've got a problem here is there's a general lack of communication and awareness of this project. I can't understand. There's a couple of areas I want to cover. And one of them is the fact that only the adjacent property owners, 2 times the height of the tower, were actually made aware that this particular project was underway. 2 times the height of the tower. To put that in perspective, I just learned this afternoon that 302 feet is as high as the Statue of Liberty is what this a project is going to look like, the size of this particular thing. The problem is, I think it's there's a courtesy to all residents of this community to make them aware that there's such a tower going up, and it's going to be in visually to a lot of the people that are there. So, you know, I'm having trouble understanding why that didn't happen. Actually, awareness wise, I did receive a copy of a letter indicating that there would be a tower coming to the community at the foot of the hill, or almost in Mount Pleasant. The only second person that didn't even get one who touches that, Mrs. Best. Mrs. Best was asked if she could put a tower on her property, but she didn't get a notice to say that there's going to be a tower going. Nobody else got a notice. I went around the community. Several of the people here today asked them themselves, "Did you get a notice?" Nobody got one. Although they could see the tower, nobody was going to get one unless you were within twice the height of the tower. That the only people that had got any information on that particular thing. Notices. You've got one of the greatest little papers in the community, the Millbrook Times. To me, that's my information of what's going on in this community. Millbrook Times, it wasn't even in the Millbrook Times. They put it in the Peterborough This Week, which is now defunct, it's no longer going. And it was there's a free paper. The notice was exactly worth exactly what you pay for it. 0. Nobody got it. I don't know who reads it. I mean, I don't know. It makes the finest 3-hour fire log I know once I get it in the house, but it just doesn't, nobody reads the thing. So we're in a situation where the less people that know, is a mentality that's getting here. I hope that I sit here in this room, and I hope that this cell tower situation is not a slam dunk for this community, because it's not deserved by the people. Mount Pleasant cabin residents have no idea of the project or the impact on the landscape. I don't know why something of this nature is not firsthand. I don't know why everybody here doesn't know it, why everybody here is not talking about it. It just makes no sense. My request today is basically to do with this tower and some of the associated things, but more so the fact is this tower deserves a public meeting. And why there's no public meeting for something of this nature is beyond me. I think that the community deserves it, the resident deserves it, the people that got to look at it deserve it. There's people here that are in this room that had I not went to their homes and asked them if they've seen it, would not be here today. And I thank those other delegates that are here and they'll speak more to it. And we're trying to be somewhat organized. We're not going to repeat ourselves, but and hopefully you might notice there's a little passion here on what's going on because of the fact being is that I think we've got to hear from all residents. It requires more community consultation. And I don't know why we're not open to more residents, people like they're here now, to come out and discuss this particular thing. This is a real community issue here, folks. I mean, and I compliment you that were on maybe this council or the ones before that. There's no solar, the solar generation that council of the day so wisely voted to ensure the Cavan Hills were not visibly polluted with windmills. Congratulations. It's wonderful that we got the rolling hills of Cavan are not polluted with this type of environment, these windmills and these solar generators type thing. I mean, cell towers should also be discussed not to overwhelm our landscape and look to other alternatives such as shared location that we haven't talked about, or repeaters that are on those. Those are other things. We don't need these large lights in our community that people think they're wonderful. I've never seen anybody ever heard anybody say, gee, that's a nice looking cell tower. Never heard it. And I don't think you ever will in this particular community. Saja from Spectre Point has answered a lot of questions, a lot of open-ended questions that I think that needs some clarification. I take a look and ask Roger's statement. The proposed installation is well set back from the road to minimize potential impacts on community. Great. What about the wildlife and the wetlands and the environment? There's no consideration. Another one, the proposed installation is situated in a rural area and well removed from highly density residential use. What's the definition of will be removed from high density? I don't know that it's open-ended. Nobody's given us an answer, but they left it lots of open-ended ideas out there. The tower will not impact on migratory birds. On what basis is that statement made? I don't understand that. You know, somebody can make that statement that it's to be no impact. Archaeology study will be undertaken. However, since you moved the site 100 meters from the original site, no further studies for wildlife or birds is required. I ask why. It still remains, I still maintain that you're in a PSW, provincially significant wetland, and should you not prove me different? I'm asking that question. Prove me different that you're not sitting on a provincially significant wetland. In my estimation, you are. We know the land very well. I mean, I only wish Roy Best was here. Roy was a curator of Best Road. Roy knew every inch of this land and every inch of this area, and he loved Cavan. And Roy Best was sitting here. I can tell you, he'd be in this room. I'm prepared to invite the MNR to properly locate and designate the actual PSW wetland boundary, which I am convinced you are sitting on it. We're well within the buffer. We're far too close to this pond to not be in the buffer. I'm also personally prepared to pay for such a study, given my concern for the wetlands. And this is one of the world's renowned Cavan swamp and associated wetlands. Yes, it's swampland and very significant Cavan landmark. I think Steve mentioned earlier about that, the significance of this Cavan swamp. And it's not just swampland, it's a very significant piece of real estate. This area needs to be visited and studied as to the sensitivity and to the actual PSW boundaries that nobody seems to want to admit to that you're on them. But my feelings are if the studies are done and done properly, you'll find out we are on PSW. The only real effort that has been seriously addressed is finding a willing host and then making it work to the requirements surrounding that selected site. I sit above it. I'm right there. Somebody said they came to my house and asked me if I wanted to be one. I had nobody asked me to be a host. I don't want to be a host, but I was never asked. Mrs. Best was asked. She didn't turn it down. So I've asked for who the people were that your other sites you've investigated. we're not privy to that, but we just ask those questions. So that's not the way it's done in Cavan. I'm here to speak for those without a voice. I'm not a environmentalist, but I think about what's happening out there today because my property is Best Pond. I readily admit to that. It's a well looked at property. It's visited daily by people. Other people will talk about what's going on, but I'm more concerned about the thousands of geese that use that every year. There's 500 sitting there this morning on a half frozen pond. Migrating and mating trumpeter swans. They're monitoring that population growth because it's in jeopardy right now. White egrets, another species. The trumpeter spawns for the nesting spawn in the spring and in the fall. We've got 8 or 10 groups of them that are there every year, and they've already passed through here this year. But again, those are the ones that are the voices we talk about. Many duck species that are sitting out there, that all sorts of them visit that pond in that area, and wildlife of all sorts. Species at risk, we have no consideration, the meadowlark and the bobolink. The other thing you're looking at as well is that this site, this whole site, this Best Pond is under Ducks Unlimited Marsh Management Program with 12 nesting wood duck boxes there that are there year in, year out, that are cleaned every winter and taken care of. And the other thing, there's without voices. How about the people that come here, the artists, the photographers, the sightseers, all the viewing this magnificent hills of the Cavan landscape. And we're going to take it and put up a steel tree out there that people get look at, or birds that are going to be knocking into it and this type of thing. So we've got some serious concerns. The lack of respect for those voiceless creatures is who I speak for, and the need for more consideration and a study to the entire area. Knowledge is power. The more we know, why is it wrong to have an investigation? Why is it wrong to look and find out that we want to take care of this and make sure we're doing the right thing and making sure you're not encroaching on a wetland? That's what we're looking at. An example, and this is not to pull in anybody's string, but about 2 weeks ago, there was road work performed on Best Road. Best described as a ditching or a water control. It's been done. Job's great. Whatever, I'll say it's a good job, but there's other things that I talk about. But at this time, there was a large maple tree just north of Mrs. Best's house on the east side. As noted, a nesting cavity for a pileated woodpeckers. If proper protocol was under the Migratory Bird Conservation Act, this tree legally should not have been disturbed during any part of the road work at that time. The tree was the home to several pileated woodpeckers that require a permit to destroy pileated woodpeckers nesting cavities. So the moral of this story is, so without proper studies or better understanding of the variety of birds utilizing the area on and around the proposed cell tower that are affected, how do we know what we're dealing with? Why are we not taking some consideration into those that have no voice? Why do we not take a look at this? Are we afraid of what we're going to find out? Are we going to find out that we're on a provincially significant wetland? We shouldn't be there. Another note on that story of Mrs. Best on the nesting cavities. Also, as of July 2022, there is also a year-round protection for 18 migratory bird species who reuse their nests. These birds cannot be destroyed, damaged, disturbed, or removed. Can you name them? More studies required. It's very important that they're very similar to what the woodpecker was done there. I just using that case, it just happened. But unless we take control of this and understand what's going on, we're doing a disservice to the environment and to those migrating waterfowl and wildlife.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. The project lacks lack of full and adequate studies to better understand how the migratory bird regulations can affect development projects is far from complete. Steve Bark mentioned, I look up here, the mission statement and the vision. It's spectacular. This is Cavan. That's what I see Cavan. Where I'm coming from, it's all about stewardship. We are the caretakers of the future. So we must maintain the heritage, the intrinsic values of our community for current and future generations. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. William. Motion to receive the delegation, Counselor Byrne, Counselor Natchez, all in favor? That is approved. Zibby, if you're in attendance, you are next. Very good.
Anyhow, my name is Zibi. I live in Cavan Township on Kennedy Drive. I won't be that fluent like my previous speakers and everybody who was presenting this due to my language. On the other hand, I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity and letting us to address our concerns. Why we're here, why I am here. Most of us are here to protect the environment and surrounding landscape. Why I moved to Cavan? I moved to Cavan due to the desirable area surrounded by nature and pristine landscape. However, the area will become permanently undesirable. The new and existing residents, owners will suffer the most if over 300 feet tall tower will be built near environmentally protected area known as a Cavan Swamp and Bog, established in 1960s, first in Ontario. One of the most common environmental concern associated with cell towers is potential for radiation exposure, thermal and non-thermal. Nobody's talking about this. As well, the noise pollution, even fire hazard due to excessive lightning strikes because of this 320 feet tall monster. If anyhow, sufficient data will be provided for it because there's a lot of data for it. There is a great deal of debate whether or not such emissions are harmful to humans, but there is undeniable that they can interfere with environment. And electromagnetic radiation disturb the balance of the wildlife, fauna, flora, as well leading to displacement of animals which create devastating effect of fragile ecosystems. Furthermore, in the letter to United Nations Environmental Protection, Dr. Magda Havens, Professor Emerit from Trent University, School of Environment Canada, details seriously effect on plants, insects, and wildlife from magnetic fields that they are well documented in scientific researches. In this proposal, prepared by Spectra Point, there is no mention at all that there is provincially significant wetland in close proximity. The provincial significant land with Jackson Creek headwaters fits into Cavan Bog, and any development in proposed area should be identified the limits of non-evaluated boundary created by independent biologists. I know there is a lot to talk about it, but I just want to take a very, very short note. Such a large project should be located farther away from less dense populated areas. As well, they supposed to have the least impact on our well-being, our quality life and environment. How possible that there is no single environmental study has been conducted or provided to make sure that this ecosystem is protected? To date, we have not received satisfactory response from the developers. The response was just generic message, some of which in any case was insufficient and not specific data was even provided. It took 60 years to possess this land. If you, whether or not, want to protect it or destroy it, this is your choice. You are here to protect it or destroy it. This is your responsibility. On behalf of all township members, I ask you to help us out, to find out and do further investigation regarding this matter. Anyway, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your delegation, sir. Motion to receive the delegation, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Natchez, all in favor, that is approved. Next on my list, just so I do it right, Mike Davenport is the next delegate. Come to the mic and just press the button, I'll get mine off here. Need a motion to receive that? I'm just gonna confirm with the clerk. You're gonna display it? Okay, so do you have copies for members of council? Okay, so we just need a motion to receive those items for circulation. Councillor Natchez, Councillor Byrne, all in favor? That is approved. There you go. Cindy, can you grab those maybe and just hand them out? Yep. Oh, sorry.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, or this afternoon. My name is Mike Davenport, and I am here to speak on the proposed cell tower at 994 Mount Pleasant Road. There's been a number of excellent points brought up by delegations before me. I would like to echo those comments, but I will try not to repeat much that's been said already. At the advice of Mayor Graham, I will focus my attention to justification for a vote of non-concurrence to a municipal jurisdiction perspective. Looking at the Township of Cavan-Monaghan official plan, section 3.21, telecommunications facilities. Section A requires co-location of towers and antennas where possible. We have previously identified a number of cell towers surrounding this proposed cell tower that Rogers Communications could locate on. To date, the response has only been in writing by the planner for Spectra Point, but there has never been a report prepared by a qualified professional, even though on January 31st, 2023, apologize if I say your name incorrectly, Saja with Spectra Point provided the following response in her letter. We have requested Rogers prepare additional engineering information justifying the need for the proposed new tower. This report will be provided to the township and members of the public prior to council considering this application for endorsement. Spectra Point submitted a color drawing, but no report has been received to date as promised. Section C of the official plan states to blend the placement, style, and color of the antenna and equipment shelters into the surrounding environment. Looking at the delegation Spectra Point is making today, there are images of the proposed cell tower, photo simulation 1 and 2, which I've provided. These photo simulations clearly show the antenna will in no way blend into the surrounding environment. The proposal is to put a 90-meter tall cell tower in low-lying lands that will literally tower over the surrounding landscape, and that goes completely against official plan section 3.21. Using the elevations from Alex Martin Limited's grading plan, the top of the cell tower is proposed to be at an approximate elevation of 327 meters. This is 19.7 meters or 64 feet above the highest elevation of the lands owned by Dan McWilliams to the north of the proposed cell tower. The tower as proposed will not blend in with the surrounding environment. To give an example of how cell towers can blend with the surrounding environment, the Muskoka area has been installing cell towers that look like trees for over a decade now. I've provided a couple examples in the package. Sudbury and Canmore have recently installed these towers as well. The same technology could be utilized on top of one of the many hills in the Mount Pleasant area. This alternative would meet the intent of the Township of Cavan-Monaghan's official plan. In the interest of preserving the beauty of the rolling hills of Cavan, the township can and should demand better than the Stone Age cell tower style Spectra Point is proposing. Note G of the official plan states to avoid natural features, vegetation, hazard lands, including floodplains and steep slopes. During the consultation process, we requested the proponent complete an environmental impact study to confirm the boundary of the provincially significant wetland located next to the proposed tower. We can appreciate that Orca states the proposed cell tower is outside of the regulation area, but that is only because there are non-evaluated wetlands in the area. The large sheet that I provided you with gives a little illustration of this. The County of Peterborough mapping shows the location of this non-evaluated wetland boundary, and the copy that you have illustrates the proposed location of the cell tower in relation to the non-evaluated wetland. Given the wetland boundary has not yet been identified, but would be designated provincially significant after it was, there is no qualified professional that would put their name behind a statement that the cell tower will have zero impact on the provincially significant wetland. SpectraPoint has basically lucked out with the closest portion of the wetland next to the cell tower being currently designated as non-evaluated wetland. The closest portion of the cell tower is less than 85 meters away from the wetland, which would fall well within the 120-meter regulation distance of a provincially significant wetland. As you heard from Dan McWilliams, he is willing to have the M&R complete an evaluation of the boundary of the wetland on his property. Given the official plan policy, it should be in the interest of the township to have this PSW properly identified and the potential impacts studied before providing a vote of concurrence for the proposed cell tower. Let's not ignore environmental issues over outdated mapping. Section H of the official plan states to avoid areas of topographical prominence where possible to minimize long and short range viewscapes. From Kennedy Drive, we can see all the cell towers illustrated on SpectraPoint's delegation figure surrounding cell towers -C8480. We can also see other cell towers that are farther away. The farthest cell tower listed on SpectraPoint's presentation is 8.8 kilometers away, and it is of similar design to the proposed cell tower at 994 Mount Pleasant Road. This means the newly erected cell tower in Mount Pleasant will be visible for a distance greater than 9 kilometers. This does not meet with the intent of the official plan. The Township of Cavan-Monaghan Council and staff can and should demand better for their constituents and follow the lead the Muskoka area took in 2012 and Sudbury and Canmore have taken more recently. I also want to make a note that attachment 4 on page 255 of the township agenda shows an outdated site plan prepared by Alex Martin Limited. The current site plan is supposed to locate the cell tower farther to the south. So moving on to the Township of Cavan-Monaghan policy for antenna systems. Section 16.2.6 speaks on ensuring that antenna systems will not be located on environmentally sensitive lands, for example, wetlands, floodplains, and steep slopes, and areas of topographical prominence per the Cavan-Monaghan Township official plan and the Peterborough County official plan as amended. So further to our comments to the official plan section 3.21H, without the completion of an environmental impact study to properly identify and evaluate the lands, there is no qualified professional that would sign off on the antenna system not being located on environmentally sensitive lands. The township can and should demand the completion of an environmental impact study for the proposed cell tower, which would be required for any type of development on this property. Section 8 of the policy states the township's interests on behalf of its constituents are to prevent proliferation and possible negative aesthetics of antenna systems within the township, while at the same time recognizing the business, institutional, and consumer demands for such radio communication and broadcasting systems. This protocol enunciates what proponents must consider under Industry Canada procedures if they wish to establish or expand antenna systems within the Township of Cavan-Monaghan. Considering the information listed above, does council believe the proposed 90-meter cell tower at 994 Mount Pleasant Road will meet the requirement of Policy for Antenna Systems, Section 8? From the images provided by SpectraPoint, this is simply not the case. A decorative tree-style cell tower on top of one of the many hills in Mount Pleasant would meet the intent, in our opinion. Leaving out the fact that SpectraPoint was not able to address our technical issues through the consultation process, and to date has never provided a report by a qualified professional on the need for the new cell tower. The comments above are a sample of the issues with the proposed cell tower that we request Township Council and staff address before providing concurrence. The local residents cannot force Rogers or SpectraPoint to complete the proper environmental studies or follow the requirements of the official plan and township policy for antenna systems. We are looking to you, members of council, to be our voice and demand better for your constituents. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for the words and the materials. Looking for, to receive the delegation, Councillor Natchoff, Deputy Mayor Huntley, all in favor? That is approved. Yeah, and sorry, just for, that's a good point, Cindy. Just for clarification, we will add these components to the website to amend to the agenda when it's posted just as well. Okay. Our next delegation is Keith Eggleton. Keith, come forward and just hit that button. I'll get mine off right away. Sorry, Keith. Sorry. Yeah, there you go. No, it's not lighting up. Oh, I'm still on.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for hearing me today. I think it's wonderful and it's welcoming that actually SpectraPoint is here in attendance to hear the public's opinion. I'd like to say the cell phone providers here in this country are kind of like our political background, where we have the red versus blue. I'd like to make note for SpectraPoint that I came walking in a Bell Blue, but maybe you guys can convince me to go Rogers Red in the suitable compromise for our community. I'd like to start off with my name. It's Keith Eggleton. I'm a local resident and small business owner in the area. I played hockey here, walked the trails, sponsored and coached in the Maple Leaf soccer programs. I built great relationships within the community, both personal and professionally. After so many years of operating in the area, gazing upon the unbelievable landscape here, I felt and wanted the need to move my family of 6 here to be a full-time resident of one of the many great neighborhoods. Then an opportunity arose when one of my clients started development on Kennedy Drive in Mount Pleasant. We'll fast forward the story, where every morning I still can't believe I'm here and in my forever home. I enjoy the sunrises and the foggy mornings on my drive home during the sunsets at the end of the day. Every day, it's a different view from my back deck at the elevation we built at. I'm sure some of you know exactly what I'm describing as you travel back and forth from this office. All 4 seasons seem to offer so much more out here. There are other families that have migrated with a similar story to this attractive community for the same rural appeals. As a business owner operating in the community, I've had no issues interacting with clients and growing my business with the current networks in place. With that said, our last municipal election, voters voiced their list of demands, and in the top 3, that wish list was improved network coverage for self-service and internet. Council has come through, and Rogers Communications, with the assistance of the federal government, have arrived. Since the announcement of the proposed site at 944 Mount Pleasant Road, I have taken the time to canvass the surrounding area, approaching over 60 property owners and also contacting a majority of my clients that reside within the Mount Pleasant area. Due to the minimal radius a wireless company is required to notify when introducing a new cellular structure, many of these locals had no idea a tower was even coming into the community of this location. Locals are not only concerned about the location and size, but the process and notification provided. Rogers provided by Rogers representatives and especially our council. It was apparent to the locals that council and Rogers Communications were attempting to move forward quietly without consulting with the public. It's unfortunate this occurred because if handled properly, could be a positive move for the community. The other issue is felt that Rogers Communication has chosen the site 944 Mount Pleasant Road based off the first property owner that has agreed in providing them a location with complete disregard of the public opinion and conflict of environmental impacts. If I had not reached out to these homeowners, they would have not learned about the tower until it was too late. The consensus throughout the community is Rogers Communication did not explore enough possible destinations for the tower site. If this had occurred, I feel a tower at a higher elevation in the area could have been obtained and avoided proposing a structure exceeding 90 meters in height. So how can we do this community justice by introducing this infrastructure carefully without damaging our reputation for our spectacular landscape? It is important this council doesn't gamble our reputation of aesthetic quality over cellular network advancements. This will require your due diligence as a council that this process is done accordingly, or we are going to be staring at a steel bone structure version of the CN Tower surrounded by guide wires in our small, beautiful village. With all that said, let's discuss compromise. This is not the first time Rogers representatives have had to attend a council meeting with concerned citizens from the public, and they have in the past made alterations to accommodate. If we can review the site location and makeup of the cellular tower, this could meet the needs of the community and allow Rogers Communication to carve out a solid relationship with future clients. When discussing makeup, we are basically looking to discuss the Fake Tree Cellular Tower. The Muskokas, the south end of Sudbury, and Canmore, Alberta are 3 locations in Canada that have these unique, aesthetically appealing or disguised structures built. The proposed site in, pardon my, it's Demersville in Prince Edward County. This is a Rogers site that is being proposed right now. All of these sites that Rogers is introducing are on their website. Has had the community request one of these camouflage towers because they too take pride in their landscape. It is currently under review. Although building one of these structures can increase the budget for the build, the long-term revenue flow Rogers Communication is creating should outweigh this concern. The other alternative is a suitable site destination. I now understand the process of determining the appropriate site to maximize the potential of a cell tower. So Rogers has an area with a radius they need to target the tower and distance from existing towers to expand the grid. I feel this council needs to challenge the current proposed site for their voters, reevaluate and explore the possibility and a suitable match further away from the front lines of families and direct views of tourists. 90+ meters is unacceptable. Proposed cell towers of this size in Ontario have been under harsh scrutiny from communities. Most cell towers, from my research, range between 30 and 60 meters. With this site at a lower elevation and clear, with this site at a low elevation and clear obstacles for Rogers Communication to contend with 90+ meters is required. Choosing a destination at a higher elevation that we have in our environment would significantly reduce the visual pollution we may be subjected to for decades ahead. My goal today was for council to stop, take a deep breath, and digest the information from the public's opinions and technical side from the speakers at this meeting. Slowing this process down and exploring all options available could benefit Mount Pleasant moving ahead into the future. Thank you very much.
Getting better. Thank you for, I got it. Yeah, I was able to take it. Thank you for the delegation. Can I get a motion of council to receive the delegation? Councilor Byrne, Councilor Natchez, all in favor? That is approved. Next, we have Jessica Monk. Jessica, you're here. You can approach the mic and I'll turn mine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My husband and I own 2521 Best Road, just northeast from the village of Mount Pleasant. We bought in 2020 as part of our retirement plan. I'm mentioning this because we were not part of the COVID exodus from Toronto. At that time, this was always part of our plan, was to have a country home to retire to. My husband is now fully retired and I still work 3 days a week in Toronto, but we're spending more and more time at our beautiful country property overlooking Best Pond. The proposed site is 661 meters from my front porch, and about half that distance is across the pond. So it will be looming over our view. I have some concerns about the report. We've heard a lot of comments already, and I really don't want to repeat what other people have already said. But hearing them all say these, raise their points, the overriding concern, I think, is that as a council, you have not had all the information you need to make a decision on this, and that concerns me tremendously. First of all, with regards to communications, Dan has raised the issue of the notice distribution. We think there was 1 or 2 notices provided. In the Rogers report on their communications effort, they say Rogers Communications Inc. is committed to effective public consultation. If they were committed to effective consultation, they would have gone beyond bare minimum of 2 notices. So there's that. In terms of the feedback you're getting from your constituents, I think there'd be a lot more if there was more general awareness of it. In their consultation package, figure 3 has a photo simulation of what the completed tower will look like. I think the use of that perspective is misleading you because it's a perspective from the intersection of Hayes Line and County Road 10. From that point, you can only see the top portion of the tower because it's obstructed by the slope of one of the largest hills in the area. So it gives you no real feeling of the context. If it was a really representative representation, it would show it perhaps from Best Pond, perhaps looking westward from Mount Pleasant Road to give you a real sense of the scale and the impact on the environment. So I feel you're lacking that. In terms of the background information that you're lacking, Appendix C of the report is the antenna system information checklist. And it says that you should have written documentation from the proponent outlining their steps taken to investigate all non-tower and co-location options. It also says that if a new antenna system option is the only viable alternative, then you should have an analysis of the other sites they considered and why they didn't work. It also says that you should have a statement from the proponent to indicate the need for the proposed tower's height. I don't think you have any of this information. I am aware that township staff said they don't have the information or skills, and I understand that, to evaluate the need for a proposed tower. Fair enough. But I believe you have the power to ask Rogers, if you need that information, to fund an independent assessment of that. It's in their interest to do so if the information they're providing you is good. The staff report also says they recognize there are specific locational requirements for wireless infrastructure. In their request for the approval of this location, staff are trusting that Rogers Communication Inc. and their representative completed a thorough and extensive review of other potential sites. I'm very concerned by staff are trusting. I think in doing due diligence, the township for itself has to make that assessment. Rogers is a major national communications corporation, and they've got their own interests and goals, and they may not align with ours. So I think we have to do our own assessment of that. The public consultation summary says that for this site, we could only identify one willing landlord in the search area. So nobody wants to have it. I think it's really important to look at the other options we talked about, like something that's shorter, but on the top of the hill. I think making a decision and going ahead with this based on the fact that it was the only thing we could come up with is not sufficient. The township's interests on behalf of its constituents are to prevent the proliferation, we've heard this already, about protecting the aesthetic attributes of the area. I concur with the request from my neighbors about the need for an environmental impact study. And I concur with the request about a community meeting on this. I think the public awareness is not nearly enough. So sort of starting to wrap up, my property on Best Road overlooks a beautiful marshy habitat. We see regularly otters, trumpeters, swans, snapping, painted turtles, all kinds of birds. You've heard from everybody what's there. It's not just us that enjoy that particular spot. I've met a lot of neighbors and people in the area because people walk from Mount Pleasant, they walk from Kennedy Road or Hayes Line just to look at the pond and the wildlife that's there. They drive down from Lily Lake Road or from Edgewood Park, again, just to come and spend time looking at the pond. I thought I'd be the first person to look over and point at this, so I'm kind of disappointed you guys stole my thunder here, but the vision, we celebrate, protect, and promote our unique history and natural heritage. And people are coming out on a daily basis to enjoy the natural heritage of Best Pond. Sorry, I'm just looking at what I cut out because it's been mentioned here already. So, Dan mentioned the height of the tower at 92 meters is the same as the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, and for more local context, it's the height of the tower at Television Road, which you can see from Cavan clearly. They say politics is about making the best choice from a bunch of bad options. In this case, I know what your options are. It's providing concurrence, it's refusing concurrence, or it's delaying. So I think you actually do have a couple of options that I would hope you would consider, which would be refusing or delaying, because you've heard so many reasons today. I don't think you've got the information to make a good decision, a good process-based decision, and people care deeply about this. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Jessica, motion to receive the delegation, Deputy Mayor Huntley, Councillor Nanchop, all in favor? That is approved. Before, I think I'm going to take a slight recess because we're almost at the 2-hour mark of the meeting, then we'll let Sajan go, which only 3 minutes. We'll just take for a bio recess if everyone's okay with that. Council, can I get a motion to recess or no? Councillor Byrne, Councillor Nanchop, all in favor? Thanks, everyone. We'll be with you back in just 2 or 3 minutes here. We're going to reconvene the meeting here in just a minute while we get up live. If everyone could take their seats. All right, thank you for that. We will now reconvene the regular council meeting. Right now, we have Saja and Chris from Spectra Point coming to make their delegation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff, members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to attend as a delegation today on behalf of Rogers Communications and the Eorn Group to discuss the application for proposed cellular communications tower at 994 Mount Pleasant Road in the settlement area of Mount Pleasant. The proposed project is part of the Eorn program. The Eorn Group is Eastern Ontario Region Network Group, which grew out of the Warden's Caucus and was an organization that raised capital from the federal government and the province and some municipalities to improve wireless coverage in rural areas, to bridge the digital divide in areas where it wouldn't otherwise be economically viable to deploy telecommunications infrastructure. Significant amounts of money were raised from the federal government, the province, and Eorn went to tender to find a private sector partner to work with them and invest money to deploy over 300 telecommunications sites in the eastern part of the province. Rogers won that bid, and so Rogers is Eorn's private sector partner and is proceeding with deployment of these facilities. The particular tower, which is part of the program we're here to discuss today, as I mentioned, is at 994 Mount Pleasant Road and is close to the settlement area of Mount Pleasant. Wireless service in this area of the township is significantly below standards, and deployment of the new tower is designed to improve both in-building coverage to the settlement area as well as in-car portable coverage to the outer areas of the coverage area for this particular site. So I mentioned a little bit about Eorn. Their partners include the federal government, I believe 75 million invested, province, I think, matched those funds, and some other funds from the Warden's Caucus, mayors, municipalities, and so on. So I'd like to talk a little bit about site selection criteria. This particular site is unique in that it isn't just designed to facilitate Rogers. The Eorn program is designed to create mounting structures that are co-locatable and that can be used by all carriers. Eorn actually created the coverage areas and the performance metrics for each of the cell sites. So they're not just specific to Rogers' needs. As a result of that, the structures themselves have to be suitable for co-location. They need to be suitable to accommodate many carriers or all the carriers if need be, which is part of the reason why these structures are as tall as they are, so that they can accommodate multiple carriers. So when we go about trying to find a suitable location for a structure like this, we take into account usage patterns and the proximity to the areas where the service is in demand. And as I mentioned, that is an evaluation that's not just based on Rogers requirements, but it's based on the requirements of all licensed operators. We have to take into account the local topography. Obviously, when the topography moves around, that can affect the propagation of the signal in the coverage area. We have to consider line of sight requirements. Line of sight refers to the ability of the equipment on the tower to connect back to the core of the network. So a cellular tower is a mounting structure for radios and antennas and other equipment that provides access to the network. And so it's similar to the kind of access point you might have at your home to access the internet, where you have a wireless modem and your devices can communicate to that modem. That access point has to be connected back to the core of the network itself. And if there are no fiber optic cables in close proximity to the tower, line of sight is required from that mounting structure to a donor site so that the tower can be connected back to the core of the network. And so that's what is referred to by line of sight. Of course, we consider opportunities to use existing structures. Deployment of a tower is very expensive, can cost upwards of $1 million. And so when operators like Rogers and Bell and so on consider how to improve coverage in the area, they're definitely interested in trying to avoid that kind of large expense. So they will look at existing structures like towers, tall buildings, water tanks, and so on to try to locate the equipment where possible. And then, of course, we have to consider the availability of a willing host, someone that's willing to actually rent out space for the facility. So all these things are taken into consideration. At this particular site, our site acquisition representative spoke to a number of property owners in the search area, and we were only able to find one particular host that was willing to have the tower. So I touched on the coverage areas somewhat. This particular tower, the cell or the coverage area will cover an area a number of kilometers in radius. The objective of the site, as I mentioned, is twofold. One is to provide quality in-building coverage to the settlement area where the population is a little more dense than it is in other parts of the cell. And the other is to improve the quality of service in the entire cell in terms of in-car portable coverage, as well as in-building coverage where possible, and also to provide additional capacity to the area, because each cell site has a finite capacity to provide access to the network based on the amount of spectrum that's been licensed and the numbers of radios and channels that can be deployed at the site. And so the site itself, in addition to providing better quality coverage and access, it will also provide additional capacity to users in the area. This particular site at the moment, Rogers is the only carrier that is planning to deploy on the site. I would expect in the future others will, simply because most of the EORN sites are being deployed in areas where carriers haven't been able to make the economic case to deploy a tower. And so once these structures are deployed, we would expect other carriers to co-locate on them. And this represents the significant opportunity to the township, because these dollars are kind of once in a generation opportunity. So I expect there will be other carriers that will come along and co-locate on these structures. But at the moment, Rogers is planning to deploy 4G and 5G spectrum and equipment on the facility. And of course, a structure of this size is designed to accommodate co-location of other service providers in the future. And it has quite a significant amount of additional structural capacity to accommodate that equipment without any future modifications or height increases of the structure itself. And we, of course, you can go ahead to the next slide, because that last part goes to this. there are no existing structures suitable to accommodate the equipment within the search area. This map shows surrounding tower structures in the area. And I think in a way demonstrates the fact that there is a need sort of in the middle of that cluster for an additional mounting structure for equipment. A number of those towers actually have Rogers on them as well as Bell on them. One or two of them may also have Freedom Mobile. Those structures are, as I mentioned, many of them already have Rogers and Bell. And so to the extent that the carriers have their equipment already installed in those locations, it wouldn't be possible to meet the objectives of this particular site from those locations where they already have equipment installed. And if it was the case that this was just a Rogers project and Rogers alone was looking to improve their coverage in this area, those sites are significantly too far away from the settlement area of Mount Pleasant to provide quality benchmark in-building coverage to the community. And so that's what that particular slide illustrates. So this is a coverage plot, and it's a map with color graphic information that depicts the quality and performance of Rogers cellular systems in the area. And so the dark blue represents benchmark in-building coverage, which means that if you're in a building, a home, an office, even maybe in the basement of that building, you would have good quality benchmark in-building coverage. The light blue indicates weak in-building coverage, where you may have some in-building, but if it was a concrete structure, for instance, you might have trouble. If you're in the basement, you might have trouble. But light blue would represent the sort of fringe of in-building coverage. The green color represents areas where there would be satisfactory in-car portable coverage. So if you're in a vehicle, you would be able to access the network. Yellow, probably not if you're in a car, but if you're on the street, you might have an ability to access the network. The red areas indicate very poor performance, and of course the white areas poor to none. And so this is a depiction of Rogers' network in the area now as it exists before the towers deployed. And you can see that the arrow points to the location of the proposed tower structure. If I may see the next slide, please. So this slide is a simulation of how the network performance would change once the tower is deployed. So you can see that this particular location does provide good quality in-building coverage to the settlement area of Mount Pleasant. And it's a relatively small area where that benchmark in-building coverage is able to propagate. I think that illustrates that if this was moved a kilometer or two in each direction, it would not provide benchmark in-building coverage to the settlement area, which I understand is slated for growth over the next 10 years. And so that slide represents the performance from Rogers' perspective. To the extent that Bell is located on most of those surrounding towers as well, we would expect that if Bell was to co-locate on this tower, they would experience similar improvements to the performance in their network in this area. So next we have a couple of photo simulations that we've provided for the presentation. This particular shot is a photo simulation of what the facility would look like from County Road 10 looking south at the subject property. approximate distance of 1.2 kilometers. And this particular photo simulation is a view from Kennedy Drive, looking north at the subject site at a distance of approximately 675 meters. And before I close, if I may, I'd like to just take a moment to respond to a couple of the comments that we heard from the members of the public, if I may, just to try to be helpful. There were a number of concerns that we take seriously. We will certainly share these concerns with Rogers and Eorn, but I'd like to touch on those briefly. One of the concerns is the proximity to Bass Pond and the concern that a more robust environmental study hasn't been completed. I'd like to first point out that when we brought our application forward, a lot of times when you go and lease from a property owner where to put these facilities, the property owners have a specific idea where they'd like to have it on their property. Our particular location that we initially brought forward was somewhat closer to the pond. And when we met with staff, they were concerned about that proximity and they asked us to move it away, which we did move it away. They also asked that we contact and consult with the Conservation Authority, which we did. We provided information to the Conservation Authority about the location of our site. And they reviewed that information and responded that, we were outside the sensitive area and in their opinion, removed enough so as not to have an impact. So we did consult with them at the request of staff. Regarding the question about an engineering report, what is typical when we're asked by whether it's staff or council or members of the community to provide justification for the need for a site, the information that we provide are those before and after maps that I showed that show the existing performance and the future performance. That is really the best justification that we are able to provide to the public in response to their request for an engineering report. Regarding consultation and distribution to the public regarding application for the site, the circulation criteria in the protocol is 3 times the tower height. And circulation of the public consultation packages was mailed out by township staff. And it's our understanding they complied with that and they did mail packages to those particular residents and property owners within the 3 times the height criteria. I understand and respect the fact that, the community would be concerned that that's the notice radius, but that is the criteria that we're required to follow. With respect to the newspaper ad, we placed the ad in the newspaper that staff told us to. I believe, and I'm only speculating and I don't know this, but it's possible that the circulation's greater at that particular publication than the other newspaper that was mentioned. I don't know that for sure, but at any rate, we placed the newspaper ad in the newspaper that we were instructed to. A question regarding stealth installations such as pine trees. Yes, it is true that in certain locations, these types of facilities can be deployed. The pine tree that's been mentioned is essentially a monopole, which is a cylindrical mounting structure as opposed to a structure that has multiple legs. And it's essentially a monopole that's designed to poke up above the tree line, and all of the area on the mounting structure that's above the tree line is suitable for installing equipment, because anything that would be installed below the tree line, of course, the signal wouldn't propagate away from the facility. Those particular structures are severely limited in terms of the height that they can be. they're really just designed to poke up above an existing tree line where trees exist and it's thick. Those structures go some way to sort of blending in somewhat in a relatively real way to the surrounding trees where there are no surrounding pine trees. Of course, the trees tend to stand out. But at any rate, those structures are limited in terms of the height that they can be. And unfortunately, they are almost always single carrier installations because of the height limitation and the height of the tree and the fact that it's a monopole structure, and monopole structures have a limited capacity to install equipment because the wiring for the power and the fiber and so on have to come up through the sleeve of the pole. And then it has to come out through ports that are cut in the pole. And so, these days, companies like Rogers, for instance, probably would install equipment at 3 locations on the tower. And so often, it can only be so tall above the trees. You can't realistically build a 70, 80, 90 meter monopine because it wouldn't convincingly look like a tree unless you were in British Columbia and it was a redwood. And so unfortunately, that type of structure is not suitable here, primarily because, as I mentioned, the EORN program is designed specifically to improve wireless coverage to areas of the province that would not be economically viable to deploy these structures. The coverage areas are fairly large, and they also there's a dual objective for most of these sites that they want to try to improve in-building coverage in settlement areas as well as provide improved coverage to the rest of the cell. So even if the structure was on top of a hill, it would be unsuitable in terms of EORN's criteria because it would most likely be a single carrier installation. And EORN is not a partner of Rogers in terms of their business. They're a partner in terms of economics because they're trying to get the towers deployed, but they intend for these towers to be suitable for multiple carriers. So I just wanted to address some of those concerns to the best I could. And at this time, that's the conclusion of our presentation, and I'm certainly available for any questions.
Thank you for that, Chris. Questions from members of council at this time? I believe Chris and Sajid are both sticking around for the consideration of the report. So if possible, we can probably call back on them if things come up after the staff report as well, just letting everybody know. But we will be hearing from Ms. Ellis next. Councilor Byrne, your question.
Through the chair, I got a couple of questions and I'll break them up so you have a chance to answer them easily. You mentioned early on that moving forward, EON talks about cohabitation with different providers. How many years back would that have gone? And I really would have liked to know who was on each of these towers. You have 300 planned for Eastern Ontario, 3 of which are going to fall inside the boundaries of Cavan Township at some point in the future. I'm just wondering, the mention was that you have to find a place that's acceptable that wants to rent to you. And the old adage is the last place I look. Well, once you find somebody, you don't look any farther. So just to that point, could you clarify some of that for me, please?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Byrne, for your question. For clarification, your question is how long ago did we start searching for a site, and how long ago did EORN start the program? Is that the case, sir?
No, I was referring to the fact that moving forward, EON says all the towers going up now have to be able to cohabitate. But how long in the past, like these other towers are all capable of that anyways, are they?
Well, I believe through the chair to the council member, I believe that the assessment that EORN would have done regarding the areas they want to cover would have been undertaken a number of years ago, probably 3 or 4 years ago. And so, they would have taken a look at that time, what existing areas in the province were covered and what were not. And they would have, presumably come up with their coverage areas at that time. I believe the program launched about 3 years ago in terms of starting looking for sites in terms of when other carriers might begin to co-locate on these sites. Typically in the industry, co-location doesn't begin to be reviewed until the structure's been deployed. And so it's my experience, and we provide this service to multiple carriers in the country. Once the structure's up, then the other co-locators will begin to inquire at that time. And so there are some of these EORN towers have been constructed already. And so I don't have the information with me in terms of how many have been co-located, but I would assume, and this is an assumption, I don't know this, but the assumption is that, these towers are being deployed in areas where it wouldn't economically be viable. And so to the extent that other carriers probably wouldn't be able to individually make the business case, once the installation's there, I would assume that you would see fairly robust uptake in terms of co-location because it's significantly less expensive to simply mount your equipment on an existing structure. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Follow-up question, Councillor Byrne?
Through the chair. Now, when it comes to this fancy chart with all it's a little bit busy. The thing that makes me wonder, when I look at the before and after projection, I'm curious to start with how you get this charting, like how do you get this information to say there are these cluttered spots, which I was misinformed. I didn't realize cluttered meant nobody there. Anyways, when I look at the before and after pictures, if in fact Rogers is on towers, and I don't know because of the way it's laid out on the map, but I know going north on County Road 10 before you hit the Trans-Canada, there's a couple of towers and one shows here and one's down the road like less than a half a mile. If this mapping, is it just for Rogers or is it for all cell information? And how do you come up with it? Because it doesn't seem to really reflect, and I don't know how many are on other towers, but the area that's cluttered doesn't seem to change much, even though you implement this new concept of a new tower.
Through the chair to the council member, if I may ask, may I see the particular slide the council member referenced? So let's look at the next one, please. Thank you. So first of all, this information only represents Rogers data. This is prepared by Rogers. Rogers doesn't have access to other carriers' information. And so this is simply indicating where Rogers' existing sites are. And they would be at the center of the dark blue spots where you see the other C codes that surround this particular proposed installation. The way this information is simulated is through a sophisticated software system that the carriers all use. And that system takes into account topography, takes into account existing structures, and takes into account the information that they have for their existing sites. Because once they've built a site, they're able to more accurately measure the metrics and the performance of that particular installation. So it is the case that the existing sites that surround would probably realistically have slightly more accurate data because that's real time and real data that they're able to calculate. The information that's provided for the proposed site would be a simulation. So they would input the geographic coordinate, they would input the height that they're planning to install the various equipment, and they would wait for the software to provide this information, which is then transmitted into, or translated, I should say, into the graphical information that's in front of you.
Councillor Nachoff?
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So if you're saying that these towers themselves are specifically only represent Rogers, is it conceivable that there could be bell towers in that clustered area that's not being reflective on this map?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for your question. No, the Well, the propagation map that is on the screen right now indicates where existing mounting structures are, where Rogers has their equipment. Some of those towers have other carriers on them. If you can, if we were to compare this to the co-location map, which was another slide a little bit earlier in the presentation, if we could please go there. Yeah, so that one, this indicates the proximity of the surrounding towers in the area. And so this information should be comprehensive to the best of our understanding of where existing towers that would be of a suitable height. There may be other smaller self-support structures and so on that wouldn't be suitable. But in terms of mounting structures that might be suitable, this information would show where they are and should be comprehensive. The other map only showed locations for Rogers equipment.
Follow-up question, Counselor?
Thank you, Chair, through you. Can you explain to me how Rogers addresses the public's concerns for wildlife? So, you know, one of the gentlemen here had brought up the points about all of the migratory birds, and obviously that's a great concern. So it seems to me, at least from what I've heard so far, that hasn't been, you haven't referenced that in the discussions that the public has brought up. In addition to, I know that the swamp itself and its natural habitat. So how is Rogers viewing the effects that this will have on the wildlife? Yeah, thanks.
Through the chair to the council member, thank you. We, during our pre-consultation with township staff, the impact of surrounding environmental features was discussed. In addition to the feedback that we received from staff and the request to move the facility further away from the feature in question, the burn swamp area. We also conducted a consultation with the Conservation Authority. We provided them with the information in terms of our location, the survey, and so on. And they did their own evaluation, and they responded to us in writing indicating that in their opinion, the location of the facility wouldn't impact the feature. And so we are required to do that due diligence. We did that due diligence, and we received a response from the Conservation Authority indicating that in their view, there would be no impact. So no additional studies were requested by staff or Conservation Authority other than the tree inventory report, which staff requested, which we provided.
Follow up again, Counselor Nash.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So then obviously the tower then goes up and then it does have a negative impact on the migratory birds. Then what's to happen? What's Rogers going to do after if these birds choose not to come back and the aesthetic? So it's to say that this isn't going to happen. I think it's, you know, obviously you're only going to base your decisions on what the information you're being provided for. I find it's really going to be hard to believe that this isn't going to have any kind of impact on all of those birds and wildlife. So if something negative were to happen after the fact, what is Rogers going to be doing in that circumstance?
Through the chair to the council member, you know, I'm not authorized to make any commitment on behalf of Rogers what they might do in the future. I think certainly Rogers, like Bell, they're in the service business. They take the opinions of the community very seriously because a third of the population of the country is Rogers customer. And so all I can say is that in my experience doing this for many years, we share this information and these concerns with our customers like Rogers. I can tell you they take these things very seriously. They don't want to be in a position not only to upset people, but to incur, you know, liabilities in the future as a result of any damages that their facilities might, you know, cause. And But unfortunately, that's the limited response that I'm authorized to provide. I couldn't speculate what they might do in the event that their facility had caused any damage to wildlife or otherwise in the future, sir.
A question for, you alluded to in your answer to with regards to the tree style, which I know was brought up by a number of individuals, and the non-feasibility of that. I mean, obviously, whether it's EORN or not, I mean, the requirement for these towers throughout the province and the country is significant. Is there any alternative, like when I look at the proposed or the sublimated image of the tower on the horizon, is there, like, even from, like, when you put it against the background of the canopy, the silver really kind of is a bit obtrusive. And I think I understand that comment from an aesthetic and from being consistent with some of the requests and policies to be less standoutish in the community where possible. But I understand the technological that tree might not be viable. Are there other opportunities or any considerations that are in the works or being considered or employed other places that, whether it's even in painting it green so it's not as obtrusive during the day with the canopy, or like, is there anything other than the style that is currently being proposed that are in the works or under consideration or that might be entertainable?
Thank you for your question, Mayor Graham. What is interesting, and I'm in my 50s. I've been doing this work for a few decades now. I've done this work all over North America. I spent almost a decade in the United States. And what I find interesting is the slight variation in the color of most mounting structures, depending on where you are geographically in North America. And as many of you know, through certain periods of time here in Ontario, the sky color does change. It's not always blue. A lot of times it's somewhat gray. And I remember when I had occasion to do some work in the Phoenix area many years ago, I commented why most of the monopoles were light blue. And I was told because that's the color of the sky. And so usually some municipalities will have some specific criteria that they'll impose on applicants that deploy these structures in terms of what color they're painted. But generally, the idea is to blend them in. Monopoles tend to stand out a lot more than lattice style structures because a monopole is a big, thick pole that's much more visible from a distance. And if they're painted white, of course, they stand out even more. In my personal experience, once you get set back a distance from these structures that are sort of the light gray metal color, that does tend to blend in with the predominant average color of the sky in Ontario. I suspect that if there was a color they could paint these to make them disappear, they would, given the fact that there's 10 to 15,000 of them, and these companies are in the service business, so they want to fit in and please people as much as they can. So I'm not sure there's a color we could paint it that would improve upon the natural sort of light gray color of the steel. Councillor or Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. No, and it would be nice to be in those other areas. In the US, there's a different legislative framework, right? There's with regards to our municipality, whatever would be in the request, the municipal concerns or considerations with regards to the tower construction are simply requests. The federal has the exclusive jurisdiction. There's no permitting, there's no mandating. So even if our policy were to have a color requirement, it's not a requirement because of the federal jurisdiction. But I appreciate that. I just wanted to clarify it for that component. Councilor Byrne, I think you had Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, and thanks for coming and giving us this presentation today. I'm just curious if you came in from the north off the 115. There's a tower at Larimer Line. I'm just curious on how tall that tower is in comparison to this one that's being proposed. Maybe you didn't see it, or you came in a different direction. And it's
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Huntley, for your question. To be honest, I'm unaware of the height of that tower. But if I may take that away and provide that back through staff, it- hopefully midday tomorrow, we should be able to provide that specific information to you. But I'm not, is it, you say it's on Barber Line, Counselor?
It's on Larmer line. It's just- Wait, I'm sure on your way out, you'll take note. Yeah, just over there. There you are. I have a number of questions, but mine are for staff, and I do want to receive the staff report, but Councilor Byrne, yeah, absolutely.
Through the chair, with your vast experience, and I'm guessing tens of thousands, if not more, antennas already up and running in the country today. And a lot of them are cluttered in the city where you don't notice them because they're so far up on a skyscraper or a building or whatever that it's concealed. These things are all operating. I would guess from that there must be all kinds of data to the reference of Councillor Natchoff's question. This can't be the first wetland that anybody's put a tower near. The impact must be documented somewhere, surely. Studies must have already been done on similar type locations. I get things are different one place to the next, but there are some generalities that must be known at this point, are there not?
Through the chair, thank you, Counselor, for your question. Yes, I mean, in my experience, there are certain applications where we consult with the Conservation Authority and they deem it necessary for studies to be conducted. So we've certainly conducted those studies in the past. And I would assume that, the results of those studies would be site specific based on that particular location and the proposed structure. But yes, it's a reasonable assumption, Counselor, that there would be a great number of those studies done. And to your first point, it is true that there are many, many thousands of these types of facilities deployed to provide network access. These facilities in urban areas are close together because each cell site has a finite capacity to provide access to the network. So the higher the density of the population in an area, the smaller the coverage cell is, which means that, if you go to downtown Toronto, these things are 100 meters apart. And because of the high density of the population. And it's interesting, in terms of the concerns about health, which we respect a great deal, I'm not a doctor or a scientist, so I'm not qualified to respond specifically. We do these public consultations on a regular basis, and we hear about these concerns every single time, and we take them very seriously. We're obligated to follow the federal guidelines, which says that, we're not to necessarily speak to things that we're not experts on, and that we should refer people to Health Canada and with respect to questions about the safety guidelines. But as people that do this, we kind of hear both sides. Most hospitals, for instance, in the city of Toronto, have antenna systems installed inside the facilities because hospitals are concrete bunkers. And so the signal is often very poor in those facilities. And so the operators of these hospitals want to have robust coverage for the customers and for their staff. And so they often approach carriers like Rogers and so on to provide in-building distributed antenna systems, which operate with the same radio frequencies and utilize very similar equipment to provide coverage inside the hospitals. And the deployment of those facilities inside those buildings are approved by the boards of the hospitals, which presumably are made up with people more informed about health and safety than I am.
Okay. Thank you for answering those questions. If you're able to stick around, great, because I'm sure others will come up in the guise of the report, but I'd like to just vote to receive that delegation at the moment. Oh, Councillor Byrne has another question. Sorry, I didn't see that. Oh, sorry, I got it.
Through the chair, does that exclude asking some questions of the delegates to come, or is that going to be done later? The delegates that spoke before Chris, I just had some questions. I just wonder if we pass this. Okay.
Oh, I'm doing it. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. So we need a motion to receive the delegation. Counselor Natchoff, Counselor Edgerton, all in favor? That is approved. Karen, you are up with regards to the presentation of the report.
Mayor Graham, Deputy Mayor Huntley, members of council, members of the public, staff. Planning report 2023-50 is being presented today regarding the proposed cell tower installation at 994 Mount Pleasant Road. Just for council's information, demand for wireless services is growing in the township, and it's expected to continue. To accommodate the demand, more towers are needed. And I can tell you during the consultation for the community improvement plan that we did most recently, we heard that message loud and clear about connectivity is very important to the economic development pursuits of residents of the township. Telecommunication towers are a federal responsibility regulated by Innovation Science and Economic Development Canada. Tower applications are not regulated under the Planning Act or other provincial legislation, so permits from the township or the Conservation Authority are not required. In the tower siting process, the local land use authority, which in this case is the township, is expected to provide information related to public consultation requirements, cultural assets, environmental sensitivities, planning priorities, and other relevant characteristics of our area. We do this as part of the public consultation process or the pre-consultation process that happens for all planning or other proposed development activities. Township staff do rely on the proponent to provide technical information in terms of the tower need, the co-location opportunities, the required height of the tower, etc. In terms of our responsibilities, we use the antenna policy that has been approved by council and official plan policies that have been approved by Township Council and Peterborough County to guide the township's position on the location of the proposed towers. I can tell you that when we do pre-consultation on these matters, the first question out of staff's mouth is, do you really need this tower and what are the co-location opportunities? That is key for us. There are specific policies related to telecommunication facilities in the township's official plan, but township staff also consider other policies, including those that are related to natural heritage and resource management. So that includes natural heritage features, agriculture, aggregate resources, etc. We look at culture, we look at economic development, and we look at sustainability. So although we do focus on the tower policies, we do have regard for the general direction of the township's official plan. We also rely on other professionals for guidance in areas that we do not have expertise in. Autonomy conservation staff have historically been our environmental advisors with proposals and development applications. So through this process, they did attend the pre-consultation session. The tower location was adjusted after that pre-consultation session. And since that time, staff at the Conservation Authority have confirmed that the tower location is more than 120 meters or 400 feet from Jackson Creek headwaters, which is a provincially significant wetland. It's more than 30 meters or 100 feet from other wetlands, which those would be the unevaluated wetlands that several members of the public spoke to today. And the location is not within a known natural hazard area, which is flood or erosion, and is approximately 190 meters or 623.4 feet from Jackson Creek. So that's the information we have from our environmental advisors. With regard to public consultation, we do follow the requirements of the antenna policy with regards to consultation. So as Mr. Leggett indicated, we do circulate 3 times the height of the tower. In this particular case, 3 times the height of the tower, for the most part, ended up on the same property on which the tower is located. Township staff made the decision that additional notice was required, so we did circulate to all adjacent property owners. So there were more than 2 people who did get notice of this. We circulated to everybody who is adjacent to that. Notice was also published in Peterborough this week. And township staff make known to proponents that we do have the Millbrook Times, Peterborough This Week, and Peterborough Examiner, which are options for public notification. At the time that the public consultation on this project was done, Peterborough This Week was still in existence, still published once a week and had free distribution. So that was the appropriate paper at the time. Millbrook Times, although we try to hit the paper as much as possible, it only is published once a month. So it does sometimes have time issues that that we can't address. So in terms of consultation, we have followed the policy in place at the township at this time. So having said that, the report is before you today with the following recommendations. Firstly, that council receive report PEB 2023-50 for information. And secondly, that council support the township issuance of a letter of concurrence for the proposed telecommunication tower with the following conditions of approval. That Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada thoroughly evaluate the need for the proposed tower and the opportunities for co-location. Secondly, that the findings and recommendations of the archaeological study be accepted by the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport. Thirdly, that the accepted archaeological study be circulated to the Township of Cavan Monaghan and the Williams Treaties Territory members for review and comment prior to the issuance of a license by Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Fourthly, that the construction impact mitigation and management recommendations included in section 4 of the Arborist report prepared by Stantec and dated April 6, 2023 be included as conditions of approval of the license. And lastly, that the letter of concurrence has a 3-year expiration date. And just for clarification, so the report says Industry Canada. I took that from our antenna policy, but subsequent, there's been a name change. So I've corrected it for the record today.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ellis. Questions from members of council for Ms. Ellis? Ms. Ellis, so a couple different questions. So with regards to the circulation, do you happen to know by chance what the number of properties or individuals who were supposed to or intended to receive that mail? And not to speak ill of the mail service, but it does happen. But do we have a rough estimation of the number of property owners that were circulated?
Through you, Mayor Graham, members of council, members of the public. I can't tell you exactly, but I would guess that there were probably in the area of a dozen.
Thank you. Oh, Councilor Byrne.
Through the chair, on the subject of public meetings on an issue like this, I know for a fact myself, I attended one here in the last 2 decades on a similar type topic. Is that optional or is it something that would typically be done? I know some of the people that came here today and gave up their afternoon to spend here would have liked to had more dialogue and more back and forth interaction. I'm just wondering what the overall policy is on that as far as the public being involved.
Through you, Mayor Graham, to Councillor Byrne, members of council, members of the public. Currently in the township's antenna policy, there is no requirement for a public meeting. So that is a decision that the township made in 2018. Our antenna policy is based on, or was based on, a standard policy that was generated by Industry Canada of the day. I think based on our recent experience of the interest we're having in telecommunication towers, it's on staff's agenda to revisit that antenna policy. And that is something that we will be talking about and considering to move forward.
Councilor Byrne, follow up.
Through the chair, how does that affect today's discussion?
Through you, Mayor Graham, to Councillor Byrne, members of council and members of the public, it does not affect today's discussion. The current policy in place today does not require the township to host a public meeting.
Through the chair, does it definitely say it's not allowed? Is it it's just the standard policy?
Through you, Mayor Graham, to Councillor Byrne, members of council, members of the public, the policy doesn't say it's not allowed. It just doesn't say that it's required.
Through you, Ms. Ellis, I have another question, if you don't mind, is, concurrence is a word that we don't see very often in regards to reports or recommendations of council. Is there any insight that maybe yourself or any member of staff might provide some clarity? Because it's not, usually we're directing funds, or approving certain projects, et cetera, et cetera. Concurrence is a very unique and nuanced word. So I'm wondering if you can maybe shed light as to what it in fact means in this consideration, because we're being asked whether something is concurrent or non-concurrent. And so I think it's important that we all understand exactly what that definition means in this context.
To you, Mayor Graham, members of council, members of the public, the word concurrence in this, it's a word that's particularly in my experience, to telecommunication towers. It's not something that we historically deal with because in the planning department, we are more commonly familiar with the Planning Act and the requirements and regulations under that act. So concurrence to township staffs means that we would send a letter basically saying that, that we feel that our policies, our local land use policies have been adequately addressed. Sometimes there's conditions attached to that concurrence and sometimes there is not. But it is not an approval because we are not the approval authority. That is up to the federal government.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, well, I think, sorry, Councilor Nacho. So yeah, with regards to the question, so that's the extension of that question is because we're not the commenting, permitting, or sorry, in essence, we're a commenting agency in this regard. We're not an approval authority. There is no, we can make, as you'd outlined in your recommendations, which is sort of my next question, I think there was some speculation about. We have a list of requests that we're making, like following for conditions of approval. But even then, conditions in that regard and with that definition of concurrence, I mean, it insinuates that these conditions must be adhered to and fulfilled to a certain threshold in order for the letter of concurrence to be authentic or approved, if you want to say it that regard. That's not consistent with my interpretation and my due diligence on the various legal actions that have been taken by other municipalities and jurisdictions with regard to concurrence matters, or, sort of with the general tone of the conversation as I'm aware of what it actually is. So to me, like the definition of concurrence is events happening simultaneously. It has nothing to do with approval whatsoever. It's just that there are policies that are being adhered to or listened to. But as much as I think we would all like to have more control as a municipality with what goes on, I'm just trying to get an understanding of when we say conditions of approval, it sounds awfully firm, as though it's conditional, that the letter and concurrence is conditional on approval. But in my interpretation, there are existences of legal matters that have gone up to the Supreme Court and other municipalities where site locations have not been consistent with zoning bylaws and other subsequent municipal components of structures, and they've still been signed off on. And in this case, I think there's some dispute whether the boundaries of the wetland, whether they would all be provincially significant or not. The issue is the map that we have is the map that exists during the considerations to support. And, that property owner is going to be, we need to treat everyone fairly with regards to the maps that we have. We can't change the rule to enforce it on a situational basis. But I think I agree with Councillor Byrne that given that Deputy Mayor Huntley was a councillor way back when, but there's certainly been, the world has changed when it comes to the EORN project and what we can expect from infrastructure. So I certainly think the policy needs to be coming back to this council to have a more modernized lens on it, because we're really bound by it, in my opinion. And we're very constricted to one, what's in the policy that exists and predates the majority of us, but also B, that we shouldn't, I don't know if following conditions of approval is an appropriate connotation of what we're asking for, because I think there's some very reasonable requests that we can make on behalf of the constituent concerns today. Environmental considerations or studies or relevant market data for flora and fauna concerns. I agree with that. But again, it has to be included as a request. It's not something we can demand, require, or we have any authority whatsoever, in my understanding. So can you maybe clarify if I'm accurate, or if that language of conditions of approval is just how these sorts of reports are crafted, or if maybe there's a bigger issue there?
To you, Mayor Graham, members of council, members of the public and staff, you are right. So we, as a local land use authority, our role is to really coordinate the review of these projects. So you have a proponent that comes to the local land use authority. We follow our policy in place if we have one. If we don't have one in place, we would follow the standard federal policy. So we coordinate with the proponent, the public consultation requirements. We coordinate pre-consultation. We invite other agencies and players to the table to comment on the proposal. We review the information at hand. We review and consider what the public has stated, but it's in the long term. Maybe I haven't used the best words because I'm more familiar with Planning Act applications and subdivisions where you do require conditions of approval. Yes, these are our recommendations for the minimum requirements that should be considered by the feds prior to issuing any approval for this project. And you're quite right. When we evaluate these projects, we are using the information that we have available at the time.
So just to circle the wagons on that, I'll go to you, Councilor Byrne. So the reason I kind of bring that up is I just don't want, in my research that I've done on this topic, that's, you know, we've been waiting for this report for some time now, is what a non-concurrence, does it mean any? And like, because in my perspective, it really does. I mean, we've heard from from ISED that it rarely happens because of the jurisdictional, you know, because of the constitutional divisions of authority. Like, that's really what we're doing. This is a federal level constitution authority. They give us the consideration of a local policy just to say, hey, thanks very much. Concurrence is the fulfillment of concurrence isn't the fulfillment of all of the requests. So we're kind of in a very similar situation other than having the local planning and zoning and bylaw information as the members of the public to say and this is our one chance. So I want to make sure that if we're going to move forward, that we need to encompass in our requests or considerations, not conditions of approval, maybe is a better terminology, that we want and are supporting answers to these questions that only ISD is in a position to require that we receive. Like, because we can't do it. We're in the same, you know, disenfranchised position as members of the public, I'm sure, feel. There's no requirement that we are able to, even if it was in the wetland, like right in the middle of it, like a duck blind. There is nothing with that reality of that location that we can actually, with our local planning or planning act and things like that, none of it pertains to whether or not the project can proceed, is my understanding. So I just want to confirm that, because I think what we are moving forward with and how we can demonstrate that we are in support of some of these considerations and asking ISD to please do them is the extent of what we can do. And that's my interpretation. So I'm kind of looking for validation that is that true? And then I think council, if they're, you know, amenable to it, there are certain requests that I would very much like to include. Unfortunately, they're not binding, but this is our one chance, whether it's concurrent or not concurrent. See, the issue with concurrence to me is concurrence doesn't mean a comment, like, because we're not permitting, there's nothing that we can really say. It's not like a traditional plan of application that it meets our expectations, that it's fully consistent with our policy. Our policy is really just a policy that says, these are things we'd like you to do when you come to our community. But there's no teeth to it. So I'm just trying to understand exactly to move forward as a council and give some direction. Like with me, with concurrence, it doesn't mean as much as approval because we're not an approval agency. But, you know, in order to have non-concurrence, to me, we are bound by the policy that this council did not create. And that hasn't been updated in, you know, 4 years, which is not uncommon for municipalities this size. So like I said, I think we definitely need to revisit the policy, and that's something that staff can do over the next few months to, you know, ensure like a public meeting to me makes sense. But if it's not in the existing policy that we have, we can't claw back to 2018 and say, hey, we require a public meeting. Like, so it's just like motions of council. If they're not fully, you know, or mean the exact right thing, we can get into trouble. So I don't want to miss this opportunity to make the formal requests and champion the local concerns. Unfortunately, in my understanding, we can make every sort of request. We can be as specific as an EIS, or we can be as specific as other. I mean, I'm surprised Orca didn't have more to say, because like planning, like planning act procedures, we defer to them because that's their jurisdiction. So I guess I just kind of, I think we need to kind of decide, like, to me, I don't think that there's justifiable reason to say non-concurrence, because non-concurrence doesn't mean that it's not meeting or not considering the policy that we currently have, and that's would be wrong. But if that effect that is concurrent, I definitely want to see a few at least more succinct requests for ISED, and maybe one of those things is a formal answer as to what we can expect they're going to proceed with or not.
To you, Mayor Graham, members of council, members of the public and staff. So the federal government is the approval authority. The local land use authority does provide comment for sure. We are similar to members of our community, but we do have a little more skin in the game, so to speak. We have, as a local land use authority, have the ability to ask for mediation. So if we have a proponent with the tower proposal, and we have members of our community who are not happy, we can ask for mediation to see if we can come to some resolution and address those concerns. So I think that's where we are now. We have the ability to require that or request that of the federal government to provide that mediation service. Members of the public don't have that. Okay, so we could provide that. We could also, in terms of what is happening today, we've heard significant comments from members of the public. Maybe we go back to Spectra and say, okay, you know, based on what council's heard today, you make a motion that we're looking for more information before you make a decision on whether you issue a letter of concurrence or not. Or we can go with saying, you know, we're generally satisfied with the location of this, but and the need for it, but we need more information.
Yeah, the issue that I have is if in considering what to do is I'm aware of the opportunity for mediation, but the reality is we're mediating the existing agreement. And I think Spectra has absolutely fulfilled it. So the issue is that it's ISED that needs to be the permitting and regulatory authority to give us the things we're asking for. And our policy doesn't have any recommendations or requirements for those components. So if we're going in to mediate and we don't have a good case, I just worry that it's kind of disingenuous because I don't think there's anything in our existing policy that hasn't been fulfilled from a concurrence consideration standpoint. Like, I don't like the policy, but we only review policies. We can't review all of them at every term of council when we start out. I mean, it's just not reasonable. But like, that's where I'm struggling. Like, because I don't think we have a good case in mediation. So I don't want to, like, I don't think any federal agency, if they're going to override zoning, like, areas of where the actual location is within significant settlement or sensitive, environmentally sensitive areas and not consistent with municipal bylaws, if they're going to force those in those instances, we don't have just a good case for mediation. So I don't expect we're going to get much. And I don't want to be disingenuous to the residents to have expectations that a non-concurrence is going to mean we're going to get anything, because I don't think we're the way we're structured currently is going to entitle us to anything. And it's just going to be a fait accompli and so do you know. So maybe that's more of a comment than a question for you, Ms. Ellis, but I'll give you one chance and then I'll go to Councilor Byrne.
Through you, Mayor Graham, to members of council, members of the public and staff. I would agree with you. A letter of non-concurrence does not mean that this tower will not be constructed at this location. I think though that through the process that the feds have established and mediation, or even going back to Spectra and asking for some additional information, we might get it, we might not. Ultimately, it is a federal responsibility. So I take your comment, and I can tell you that the antenna policy, just for everyone's information, is dated 2018. So in the world of policies, it is not old. But things are changing so quickly and so dramatically that we're struggling to keep up. So that it's been bumped to the top of the pile for sure.
Councilor Byrne, sorry for that. Thanks for being patient.
Through the chair, no problem. I would like to request some formal public meeting on this issue. I totally understand that the federal government is the say. They're the ones throwing taxpayers' money at this for good optics for a re-election. I understand all that. But at the end of the day, taxpayers here in the community, we're our first level of governance. And if we don't take that seriously, I know the ones at the federal are not. So in the light of doing things, and I don't want to drag it out for Rogers or Spectra or anybody else to be a long process that goes nowhere. But I really do think it'd be nice if the people of the community felt they had more of a voice.
Yeah, I understand that, Councilor Byrne, but the issue is that we've heard from the delegates that have taken the time out this afternoon, and the outcome of a public meeting would be only for us to add to our requests. We would literally be, this is the same, it's going to be the same report. We're just going to be asking for maybe a more granular or a longer list of things. There's not going to be, it's not going to change the jurisdictional separation. So that's my point, is that we could, like a public meeting, if Spectra was amenable to doing that, they could do that. But at the outcome, the report from staff is suggesting that there's not, concurrence has been met from that definition. And what my issue is that even if it's concurrence or non-concurrence, we're still going to have requests, but we need to make the requests accurate if we're going to move forward at all, in my opinion. So the public meeting would maybe, if they think it's valuable, to further refine what would be included. But I think we've heard a pretty good list from the delegates today about environmental concerns. I mean, we've addressed some of the issues with the design. I mean, those were we kind of passed that, but you know, I have concerns about the flora and fauna, and work on not asking for more insights are there, or not even suggesting that it's a priority. I mean, but literally, I think the issue of the public meeting is that we're going to come back here and we're only going to add to these recommendations or requests for information, I guess is what we'll call them, maybe, I don't know. But that's the extent of what we can ask for, and that's the extent of the medium by which we can ask. Like, it's not going to change. So if council thinks that a public meeting might rush those out, but to me, I want to ask for more considerations and more environmental studies if possible. And I want to ask about more of what potential aesthetic accommodations could be met. And I'm sure there's another list if I keep going, but maybe someone else has a question in the meantime. But those are things that we are going to come back, and this is our one chance to ask. To me, it's whether you could argue whether it should be concurrent or non-concurrent. To me, unfortunately, the definition of concurrence, it is met, because, and it's not binding. If it was non-concurrence, it wouldn't matter anyways, but we would need to prove it at mediation, which is not going to be a good situation for us to be in given our existing policy. And the existing policy also says that public meetings not required. So we are bound by that. If Spectra wants to accommodate a request, they can do that. But at the end of the day, we're coming back here, and we're coming back here to make more recommendations. I don't think there's anything at a public meeting that will change staff's recommendation of concurrence, because that's what concurrence means, and it's been met. So, you know, non-concurrence doesn't accomplish anything. I think concurrence with a more hefty and more thorough list of requests is the least we can do, but also simultaneously the most we. But that's just my perspective. But open, maybe council or other members of council want to discuss that or not. Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, I believe, you know, the time for a public meeting has come and gone. Like, I think we've heard most of the concerns. I think we'll hear more of the same concerns over again. I mean, we've heard it loud and clear. I mean, I do find it funny that, you know, we've reached out to Orca, and Orca's given permission, where typically you reach out to Orca and you're afraid to, because they're going to tell you there's a problem, right? So now that you actually, I almost feel like you didn't get the answer you wanted from Orca. And you want more information on the environment versus actually trusting. So I'm torn on that one. So I personally don't see a need for a public meeting. I don't know how you want to resolve having more requests added to this without taking like a 20-minute recess and going away and redrafting this, or deferring it possibly for another term or another meeting. But I think we've heard the arguments. I don't think. I guess my question for Ms. Ellis is, do they even need a letter of concurrence? Like, does anything, are they waiting for us to submit something, or will they just go ahead and do it anyway?
Through you, Mayor Graham, to Deputy Mayor Huntley, members of council and the public, yes, they need a letter of concurrence or a letter of non-concurrence. They need some response from the local land use authority.
Follow up to that, and I would say, why don't we defer this report for, if we can, I don't think there's a time schedule in this, add the concerns that we've heard today, that we've documented from citizens. We can add it to this list and bring this report back at our next meeting.
Thank you. So I'm not going to speak for the clerk, but I think the direction would be something effective, that we receive the report for information, and that staff report back to council with a revised summary of use conditions of approval, because they're already made. A summary, more fulsome lists of requests for ISED, of considerations from the input received from the delegations today. I think that's a motion, Cindy. Does that work for you?
Through you, Mayor Graham, yes, that motion will work. Miss Ellis, are you comfortable with that?
My only proviso is, can you leave it a little bit open-ended so it doesn't necessarily have to come back to the next meeting? But definitely this year.
Before the end of just the last meeting in December. But okay with everyone? Look for a mover and a seconder. Counselor Byrne, Counselor Edgerton, all in favor? That is approved. Thanks everyone for a fulsome discussion. Thanks Spectra for coming and then providing information, and thanks for all the delegates to coming out as well. Hopefully it was advantageous. We do have one more delegation, but I'm going to give everyone a chance to, if they want to leave the room for that purpose. I don't want the other delegate is joining us remotely, so there'll be a lot of disruption. So maybe we'll take a 1-minute break here in our All right, we will now reconvene the regular council meeting of November 20th. Next on the agenda, we have 7.8, Mr. Barwell, disposition of road. Mr. Barwell, are you with us? I think you've been promoted now, Mr. Barwell, if you just want to try. Hey there, Mr. Barwell. We can't hear you yet, but I think you've been unmuted.
Okay, are you able to hear me now?
Are you there? There you are, Mr. Barwell. We can see you now. I don't know if we can hear you. Do you want to try?
Can you hear me now?
Just 1 second. We can barely hear you, but if you just want to keep just intermittently speaking so we can get the volume right.
Are you able to hear me now?
You speak again, Mr. Barwell. We're just working with the volume here.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, perfect. I think that we got it. Thank you, Cindy.
Okay,
All right, Mr.
perfect.
Barwell, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for your time today. I'm here to request the disposal of the lands to the south of my property at 50 Ann Street, Millbrook, to me. The PIN number of the subject lands is 28-014-0140. To begin, I'd like to state my position that the lands in question are non-viable property as defined in bylaw 2016-07. I will then argue in the alternative position and address township staff's stated reasons for not approving or supporting the disposal of the lands to me on the grounds they are viable and may be declared surplus lands. For clarity, here's the definition of non-viable property in bylaw 2016-07. Non-viable property means a parcel of land for which a building permit cannot be granted because it is landlocked, or because it is of insufficient size and shape to permit development, unless developed in conjunction with abutting land. The subject property is landlocked. I refer to the submitted Google map, which shows my property at 50 Ann Street, Millbrook, with the red car in the driveway, and the property in question directly to the south. To the east of the property in question, you can see an unopened road allowance. Clearly visible on the screenshot, you can see Ann Street terminating roughly in line with the front door of my house at 50 Ann Street. To the south of the property in question is Baxter Creek, which is defined as unpatented land. To the west, the township lands with no established use. And to the north, my abutting property at 50 Ann Street. Additionally, though not required, the size and shape of the landlocked parcel, to my knowledge, also mean that the lands are non-viable property and can only be developed in conjunction with 50 Ann Street. The lands in question clearly meet the definition of non-viable property under bylaw 2016-07. Township staff's position on non-viable lands, I will, as an alternative argument, respond to staff's stated reasons for not supporting the disposal of these lands on the basis of surplus lands. Cindy Page, town clerk, has informed me, quote, as you are aware, the said lands have provided for a safe access point for the trails to be safely repaired as a result of the Beaver Dam damage. Safety and the ability to provide alternative options during these types of situations prove to be very beneficial for the safety of our trail users and team that maintain them. I will address the issues raised here point by point. First, the provision of a safe access point for the trails to be safely repaired as a result of the Beaver Dam damage. I don't think that we can pretend that somehow accessing the lands in question through non-established woodland routes, the full length of the fairgrounds, and then crossing a free-flowing Coldwater Creek without any bridge or handrails is in any way safe or convenient. or preferable to using safe, established routes that utilize well-constructed trails and engineered bridges. I cannot imagine the liability, hazard, and associated insurance issues of encouraging people to totter over a few half-sunk sticks with no guardrail or structure, if that is what the township is suggesting. I'm sure the township is in fact not encouraging members of the public to cross Baxter Creek in this manner, but if it is, it would interest me to see a health and safety report on this issue and to see documentation that safety and liability is adequately addressed. In this unlikely scenario, I also request a comparison in cost, efficiency, and safety with other alternative bridging points, of which there are many, such as the ones shown in my submitted photographs. Secondly, alternative options in case of, quote, beaver dam damage, or, quote, these types of situations. I believe the township is in fact making obscured reference to flooding, which can of course be caused by beaver dams, though the township for some reason declines to mention the issue of flooding by name. Please refer to the photographs taken at peak flooding, March 26th, 2022, for evidence of this issue. The pink flags that are visible on image 1034 indicate the rough trail that was cut, seemingly without a motion, in November 2020 on the lands in question. Taken on the same day, there's also a short video and further photographs to show the lands just to the west of the property in question, which show no flooding on either bank. The point of these photos and the video is to clearly show that the lands in question today do not provide the best alternative option in case of flooding. In fact, they are among the least safe and least convenient due to their propensity to flood and distance from the fairgrounds trail entrance. The rough trail alluded to by Ms. Page as a, quote, alternative option was cut in 2020 to the south of the fairgrounds and 50 Ann Street, Millbrook, approximately 2 months after I purchased my home. I have many emails with the township concerning the apparent lack of any motion to cut this trail and meetings that were, according to the township, not recorded. There's a clear difference between a trail anywhere that has been cut in good faith, with transparency and due process for genuine community purposes, and a trail that has been cut for purposes known only to those involved. Of course, in this instance, the fact that this trail is now being cited in a manner that could potentially adversely affect my legitimate property rights brings me back to various bad faith arguments I made about the cutting of this new rough trail in 2021. Kindly see my delegation to the Millbrook Valley Trails Advisory Committee of that year, which is a matter of public record. In conclusion, there is no genuine safety or maintenance use of these lands, in connection with the trail system. They are not a part of the trail system, which according to the township's own brochure, runs along the south side of Baxter Creek, not the north side. There is no credible use of the lands as an alternative route in an imagined future scenario of beaver flooding. Far more convenient, safer, and drier alternatives already exist or are available. Recent decisions to invest in the boardwalks of Baxter Creek Trail will reverse years of decline and provide safe, reliable passage over the top of the old boardwalk, thereby also raising the height of the trail. The first reason for my delegation is to assert that these lands are non-viable property as defined in the relevant bylaw. I believe that this issue is quite clear, as stated at the beginning of this delegation. We await staff's position on this issue in accordance with the bylaw section 3. The only option presented to me in lieu of a decision on viability was to make this delegation. I trust that today I've provided a response to township staff's stated reasons for not disposing of these lands to me, namely the various implausible, unsafe, and unestablished notions of future land use related to occasional potential flooding. In either instance, my offer is conditional upon an environmental assessment at my own expense to determine any required remediation and/or rehabilitation costs associated with the subject lands. I look forward to receiving staff and council's decision on the matter. First, disposing of the subject lands on the basis of it being non-viable property, and in the alternative, surplus lands. Thank you for your time today. That's the end of my delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Barwell. I understand there was a video that you provided to staff, so we're just going to show that now that you're, and then we'll open it up for questions, okay?
Okay.
Very good. So that's the video just encompassing the lands that, in the photos that Mr. Barwell's put. That's it. All right. Questions, members of council? Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, I'm kind of struggling on trying to determine what land it is you're trying, like you're putting in question here. Like, are you looking for the unopened road allowance? Are you looking for more that dips into like where the Millbrook Valley trails are located? Like, what, I don't see the boundaries of what you're asking for, unless I'm not looking in the right place.
Right, I did provide the PIN number, and if you look on the Google Maps, that's probably the best. Yes, so they are the lands to the south of my property. They're mostly wooded and run between 50 Ann Street and Baxter Creek. You can see 50 Ann Street there with the red car in the driveway. Okay, and then you can see the wooded lands to the south, bordered on one side by the unopened road allowance of Ann Street, and on the other side by the hedge line that sort of bisects towards the fairgrounds. So that's roughly where it is.
Other questions, members of council? Yeah, and just one point of clarity, I was on the Millbrook Valley Trails as the appointee during that time period. So if the beaver issue was not really an issue of flooding, but an issue of environmental sensitivity, that we couldn't have people passing by with that proximity to the dam and the beaver, it poses a risk, whether it's interaction with animals or people themselves. So that was the justification for that portion of the trail being closed. And then the Millbrook Valley Trails created or cut an auxiliary sort of route through the lands in question to maintain the trail in its functionality with not having to run right across the front of a beaver dam with as you walk on your trails with your animals. So that was that, just a clarification on that. If there's no other questions at this time, I mean, for me, having sat on that committee, the issue that we see is that it is not a very viable piece of property for anything other than trail creation, and is part of a congruent area that has been purchased over time by the municipality for the purpose of trail enhancement and trail expansions, as it's a very utilized, and as Councilor Natchoff knows from his serving on the committee, a very utilized recreational entity in the committee in the community that's of no cost. So other than the funding for the committee, obviously. So, I mean, for me, I just don't, the fact that it's not viable for construction purposes, it is viable for the community purpose of further trail enhancements, and hopefully not of the fauna category, but I mean, so it goes. So I wouldn't be in support of dispersing of the parcel for that purpose. Happy to make that motion unless there's other members that have a question. But I'll make that motion that we receive the delegation, but not proceed with the disposal of the land at this time. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Huntley. Any questions or clarifications with regards to the motion? That's what I said. Yeah, that's the motion. Yeah. No questions. I can call for a vote. All in favor? That is approved. Thank you for coming, Mr. Barwell. We'll take care, and sorry for the delay in getting to you. Before we leave the delegation portion, Councilor Byrne, I just talked to Cindy with regards to the Q&A portion, and Mr. Davenport is still here. Were some of your questions for him by chance? So before we conclude the delegations, you might be able to direct them. I just wanted to confer with her before we do that. Is that okay? Okay. If you're amenable, Mr. Davenport, if you want to approach the mic, and then Jerry can ask you the questions that he has for you.
Thank you. Through the chair. You referenced my volume was crazy. I'll sit back here. You referenced, I think it's 3.21 something to the official plan, and I apologize. I'm not up to date enough to know this at this point in my career. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, so, okay. Is that better? Okay. Okay, so section 3.21 telecommunication facilities, that's a section in the official plan. Karen Ellis can probably provide you a lot more information on that. She's more of an expert than I am. But it lays out the guidelines that township has decided in the past, what they're looking for. And, you know, there's A to J, which we can provide you with, and I can tell you what it is. A is co-locate towers and antennas where possible. B is use existing towers and infrastructure such as rooftops, water towers, utility poles, etc. C is blend the placement, style, and color of the antenna and equipment shelters into the surrounding environment. Maintain appropriate setbacks from road allowances. Maximize distances from residences. Maximize distances from public and institutional facilities such as schools, hospitals, community centers, daycare, and seniors residences. Avoid natural features, vegetation, hazard lands, floodplains, steep slopes. Avoid areas of topographical prominence where possible to minimize long, short-range landscapes. Provide safe vehicular access locations and generally be compatible with adjacent uses. So when you make your decision and you're deciding whether to, you know, concur or non-concur, it should be based on this and your guidelines from my opinion. Sorry.
Okay, I just need a little clarity on that. Thank you. Out of those umpteen points, how many of them would fall out of the range of this particular tower?
So we're talking out of the range, like wouldn't apply to this tower, maybe? So A would apply. B, I haven't seen the report on them looking at rooftops, water towers, utility poles, etc. I know there's not a lot around there, so everything in the list would apply. It's just whether they've crossed it off or not, and I don't have the reports. If I'm allowed to make a couple comments, I'd love to do that. So the comment was made by Chris, I think it's Leggett, that Orca made the comment that this development is outside sensitive areas. They've never said that. I've asked them in writing, I've asked them in emails, I've called them on the phone. The only thing that they've said is that it is outside the regulated area. They're not saying that it won't have an impact. They're just saying that because it's the federal government and they don't have the ability to request, it is outside the regulated area. So that's all we have to say. Okay. That doesn't mean it protects anything. And because they don't know exactly where the boundary of the wetland is, and it hasn't been fully identified, it very well could and probably is inside the regulated area. It's just a technicality. It's not fact. I like to deal with facts, not, you know, technicalities. There was a map Rogers or Spectral Point provided, which showed a bunch of, you know, information, color, and all of that. One point I'd like to make: Rogers is not on the closest tower to our site, which is about 4 kilometers away, 3.9 kilometers. I believe it's the right number. They never pointed that out, but that is a fact. Yeah, and if you put these on top of a hill, you could go to a monopole structure, which gets rid of the guy wires, gets rid of the, you know, the extra view that you would see from them. And you can still co-locate and still achieve the exact same height, but you've got a third the size of a tower or maybe even less. So the impact is much less, even if it's not a tree style, even if it's a monopole style or it's a similar style, and you can co-locate without having to have a 90-meter tower. So thank you.
Ms. Ellis, do you want to maybe? Sorry, I lost it there. Do you want to, can you provide any clarity with regards to the Orca comments or at least put it this way, if you don't have it before you today, can you add that for the deferral that we come back with a more fulsome understanding of Orca's comments?
To you, Mayor Graham, members of council, yes, I will add it to the list of things to come back with.
Just in regards to, again, with regardless of what the contents of the OP have no regulatory bearing on concurrence matter. Like it's not, whether it's the planning act that is set by the province, whether it's the PPS set by the province or our local bylaws and jurisdiction and guiding planning documents. When it comes to federal regulated area of telecommunications under the Telecommunications Act, ISED is the regulatory power that is the only entity that can enforce and provide or ensure that we get these studies concluded or can enforce them to be concluded by the proponent in this case. Councillor Natchoff.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Just so we're clear about it, just your last statement where that Mr. Leggett had stipulated that a monopole would not actually in fact be permissible for a co-locate, and you just said that it was. So I know that he said that given the height, the 90-meter tower would be conducive to allow for that co-locate, but that he said that given the limited height on a monopole, it would not be. So he's saying one thing and you're saying another.
Well, I think just for this say clarity, I just don't want to get off topic here. Like, if there was a site that didn't require the height for the co-location purposes, then that site would be viable for that technology. That technology is not viable on this site and we got to remember as well, where the private property owner would have permitted to be is a consideration as well. So there's no location on this property that the property owner is willing to entertain for another location or another site. So let's just keep it on separate. Other questions? Anyone else with regards to Mr. Davenport?
Through the chair, to Mr. Natchoff, I personally spoke with Chris, and the dilemma with the monopole is there's only so many cutouts in it near the top. And because of its height, that's part of the problem. But there is room to co-locate on that tower, but it's limited.
Right, and they also don't make many monopoles to the 70 meters and above. Correct, yes, so okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Davenport, for coming. I apologize for my procedural error, but thank you for those questions. Do we need a motion to receive those questions? Just for sake of argument. Moved by Councillor Byrne, second by Councillor Natchoff. All in favor? That is approved. Thanks, everyone. Okay, sorry about that. Now I have to get back to my agenda. We are at 8.1 minutes of the regular meeting held November 6th. Be approved as presented. Can I get a mover? Councillor Byrne, Councillor Natchoff, all in favor? That is approved. Minutes from committees and boards, Emergency Manager and Program Committee, EMPC meeting, minutes of October 26th. The minutes be approved as presented. Mover, Councillor Natchoff, Councillor Byrne, all in favor? That is approved. We have made it to the reports section of our agenda, and I got to make sure I cross off the 10.3, sorry. 10.1 Finance 2023-10 2022 Reserves and Development Charge Reserve Funds, Ms. Pope. Oh. That was.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor, to all of council, I'm providing you with the 2022 Reserve and Development Charges Reserve Funds. Historically, we'd like to bring this report forward at the same time when council is also receiving the financial statements for the audited year. And therefore, because today that was received, this is being provided. It was requested of me to provide further definition this year, the report to expand on committed reserves, designated reserves, and obligatory reserves, in addition to the attachment that's normally provided for council. So I have before you today the updated reserve and development charges reserve funds report as supported by the audited financial statements.
Thank you, Ms. Pope. Questions with regards to the report? Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, not so much a question, but a comment, Kimberly, and thank you very much for breaking out and having some explanation behind some of those numbers. It definitely makes the report a lot more digestible and understandable. Appreciate it.
Well said, Deputy Mayor. Other questions for members of council? If not, I can read the recommendation of the motion. No other questions. So the motion is that council receives the updated 2022 reserves and development charges reserve funds report supported by the 2022 audited financial statements as audited and presented on November 20th, 2023 by Baker Tilly. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hunter, seconded by Councillor Natchoff. All in favor? That is approved. Thank you. Moving on, we are at now 10.2, Public Works, Water, Wastewater, Master Servicing Study. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation before you on this report is that council receive Public Works Report 2023-24 outlining the water and wastewater master servicing study Class EA for information. And this report, of course, is a follow-up to an excellent presentation by Rika Law there from RVA. So just wanted to recognize that, and the recommendation is before you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Questions, members of council? With regards to the wastewater report, Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, to Mr. Hancock. I guess it's been quite a while. So could you refresh my memory on what's the next step in this one? Like where do we go from here?
To Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, I think the steps were outlined in the presentation, but just from our part, this document goes to the Ministry of Environment for approval as a master, we refer to application for an environmental assessment approval. It has a 30-day period thereafter for public comment. Again, in regard to the specific parts of the study, it's we will be coming back to council with specific requests through the budget for specific items as related to standpipe requirements, next steps in our process for water, what they call storage of water, and of course with wastewater. So those will form part of a longer financial report, and we will base those on our upcoming reports and our budget presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Along that same sort of line with regards to commentary. So I had a resident ask me this question, so I'm just going to bring it for the public record because maybe other people watching that had it. So the receiving for information about the presentation of the report aren't a carte blanche approval of all of the projects therein or the timelines they're associated with. These sorts of things are in essence kind of a forecast, which says, you know, and as you can see, the thing that always made me jump is the linear line of the growth is not how it works. And we've seen many market factors that impact that. So it is very much sort of a loose horizon plan as to how we work. And each of those capital components, in addition of how they're going to be funded, which is for the growth related ones, obviously through development charges, but for those that might be somewhat funded from development charges, each of those capital projects would be considerations at budget times down the road as needed. And I'm assuming probably the wastewater standpipe and its status will probably be the one council can look forward to seeing at the soonest, I guess.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think I think this is the master report. It is to give you the overall guideline, but individual pieces of this require individual EAs, and they will come back to council as a budget related item, as noted.
Another question that's probably not for Mr. Hancock, but might be for Mr. Connolly or Ms. Ellis is, you know, one of the looming components of this is the new PPS. And some of the provincial legislation that we were expecting to be at the end of September that we're still in absence of. So that has an implication on, and also I guess the county official plan coming back to the county as well with provincial comments. So both of those were sort of, I'd say a month or 2 or 3 behind schedule. And those have implications on this document as well. Obviously, we can make adjustments as we do with other variables, but I guess I'm asking the question to you, is there any rumblings in your circles as to when those might be coming or when we might be able to review those? Maybe it'll be nice Christmas reading for some of us that are so inclined. Mr. Conley?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to council. I know sure it'd be great Christmas reading, but at the same time, the only thing I know is that things have been delayed, and through Bill 150, which was introduced last week by the government, they're also looking at reversing the approvals they made throughout last year and the previous year
with respect to, this year and last year with respect to official plans. And so from that perspective, they're sort of doing, for lack of a better phrase, clean up on aisle 5 on some of those things. So we would expect, looking at chronological order, it may be some time into the new year with respect to provincial policy statement plus the county's official plan. So maybe not this Christmas.
I'll keep checking the stocking just in case. Very good. Any other questions with regards to the report? If not, I can read the several motions incorporated. So one, we're receiving the report. Sorry, I'm going to this line here. Yeah, sorry, the numbers have all changed. That council received the Public Works Report 2023-24 outlining the water and wastewater master servicing study Class EA report for information. Moved by Deputy Mayor Huntley, seconded by Councillor Edgerton. All in favor? That is approved. We have done 10.3, so we're on to 10.4, which is Report PEB 2023-51 Ashley Crescent Property Transfer. Miss Ellis.
Mayor Graham, Deputy Mayor Huntley, members of council, and members of the audience. Planning Report 2023-51 is before you today with the recommendation that bylaw number 2023-77 be approved to stop up and close a portion of Ashley Crescent described as blocks 27 and 28 on the draft plan, or parts 1 and 2, plan 45R, and we have a new number because we have a registered plan. So the number is 17568 to authorize the transfer of blocks 27 and 28 on the draft plan, or parts 1 and 2, plan 45R 17568 to Woodview Properties Inc. and its nominee. This transfer is required to facilitate the completion of the Springville Heights subdivision. The road has been straightened to create a through road. The excess portion of the bulb is being transferred to Woodview Properties to facilitate the creation of 2 lots within the subdivision. This transfer was going to happen anyway over the long term with the reconfiguration and improvements to Highway 7. The access to Cathcart Crescent will be closed and traffic will be routed from Cathcart Crescent down through Ashley Crescent into Sharp Line. So this will help facilitate the completion of the Springville Heights subdivision.
Thank you, Miss Ellis. Questions, members of council? Councilor Byrne.
Through the chair. Yeah, there's a couple of things that interest me on this. So the township owned that cul-de-sac. The township installed the gravel in the foundation to make that cul-de-sac. This looks to me like it's just getting moved strictly to the developer for that property to expand lots 24. And I think one other lot you mentioned too. I thought 24 was going to get most of it to make it viable as a building lot. I just wondered how we structure that when I look at what we did in Mount Pleasant for the creation of 3 lots there and sold off a road allowance, or in Millbrook, how that was handled, why the decision was made in the past to just, looks like just transfer this over to the developer. The other thing I'm curious about is if anybody's aware, I know that this holding settlement pond at the bottom of that subdivision has already created some water problems for some of the long-term residents in that area. I don't know if that's to be brought up at this point in time or not, but I was curious about how the financial side of this stop up is going to work for the township.
Through you, Mayor Graham, to Councillor Byrne, members of council and members of the audience. So with this application to transfer the lands, we are not requesting that the applicant pay the money. When Ashley Crescent was deeded to the township, it was done through a plan of subdivision process. The township did not pay for it at the time. The road was given to the township as part of that subdivision approval process. The road was built by the developer. So we are not requesting additional monies to give it back. And I believe Mr. Hancock may want to make comments about the cost of the road construction that has occurred would outweigh is probably not the best word, but would outweigh the cost or what we would get in terms of them paying us. So we're coming out on the best end of the bargain, we think.
Mr. Hancock, you want to comment?
Mr. Mayor, I think Ms. Ellis and I had a conversation in regard to the excess lands and the removal of the cul-de-sac. And generally, we've had this in a couple of situations on Nina Court where we've extended roads into new developments. And Colebrook was a similar example where the developer is responsible to put in place a new roadway. He's also responsible for any damage to the existing roadway, and he is to remove the cul-de-sac and put in place required ditch work. So these things are all looked at as part of the extension of the roadway and in consideration of the property that was presently given to us through the previous plan of subdivision. In regard to issues with the pond, just as a second note, I'm not aware of any. So if you have any details of neighbor complaints or people that are having problems, we'd like to know that, because we'll certainly take that back. The subdivision is just it's been just constructed, and it's still under warranty with the subdivider. So we would like to address those if we're aware of them. So just as a second item.
Thanks for that, Mr. Hancock. I'm sure Gary will provide that information and you can follow up accordingly. Other questions with regards to the report? If none, there are a larger motion now that we have the appropriate numbers that council received. The updated bylaw number 2023-77 is part of report PEB 2023-51 Ashley Crescent property transfer, and that bylaw number 2023-77 being a bylaw to stop up and close a portion of Ashley Crescent described as parts 1 and 2, plan 45R-1758-8 to authorize the transfer of parts 1 and 2, plan 45R-1756-8 to Woodview Properties, Inc. and its nominee. Moved by Deputy Mayor Huntley, seconded by Councillor Natchoff. All in favor? That is approved. Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Next report is user fees and charges bylaw update. Ms. Pope.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to council, I have before you the annual user fees and charges bylaw update. We bring this forward to council each year to ensure that the user fees align with the strategic plan as per our mission statement. The Township of Cabamonigan is committed to delivering responsive and cost-effective services that provide for the economic, social, and environmental well-being of our ratepayers now into the future. Council staff are here to answer any questions you may have, but for your convenience, the report did touch on a summary of each of the fees that are being changed, and then also the attachments. It was highlighted in yellow to advise you of exactly where those changes were occurring.
Thank you, Ms. Pope. Councillor Edgerton has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Belfer here on page 321 there. Chief, it says that you charge $543 per hour for structure for fires. It doesn't state really, I know what you're charging for, but for the public looking at that, they might figure they have a kitchen fire rather than dial 911, they try it themselves. So maybe we should have a little more wording on that, Chief, if you could, please.
And Chief, just for, if you're scrolling through, that's on emergency response part G in the report. Chief, I'll go to you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Edgerton. Your comments are, appreciate your comments, but the fire department has a user fee bylaw that was passed some years ago, and it has more detailed things in there that direct us to the charges that we'll charge for. So I'll try to be as succinct as I can. So your normal, they're not normal house fires, but when you have a kitchen fire or house fire, we don't charge for those. However, the bylaw that we have in place does allow, if there's fires that occur on residential properties that are illegal in nature, or there's chemicals that spill, so that we can recruit to bring in private contract to mitigate those in a timely manner. But to answer your question, I believe, Councillor Edgerton, your average typical house fire, no, we don't charge for those, but there are provisions in the bylaw for extraordinary expenses that would be incurred by the township to recoup those back, and hopefully those mechanisms would be with the owner's insurance company would pay for those charges.
Other questions with regards to the user fee bylaws, Councillor Byrne?
Through the chair, on the subject of structures, could you give me a definition, please, of what would qualify as a deck? If somebody's just building a small platform to come out of their doors and it's going to be less than a couple of 100 feet, is it going to require a $150 permit to create a structure like that?
Through you, Chair, Councilor Byrne. Yeah, we do have quite a bit of exemptions for small things. So building code says any structure over 180 square feet has to have a permit. We consider anything that's under 2 feet high to be essentially the same as landscaping. It's got no really safety concern to it, so we exempt all those. If it is attached, typically if it's attached to a house and it's new, it becomes just part of the building permit for that house. But if somebody's just putting in a small deck that's on the side of their house and it's below the 2 feet, the 2 feet is generally where you need guards and handrails. So the building code is saying that that's a potential safety hazard. But anything else, we don't require them.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Other questions? Seeing none. There is a motion with regards to the report, or the recommendation rather, is that council approves bylaw number 2023-76 being a bylaw to impose and consolidate user fees and charges effective January 1st, 2024. No other questions. I'll take a mover. Moved by Councillor Natchez, second by Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? That is approved. 10.6 Tower Hill South Subdivision Assumption. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great report. Sorry. The recommendation before you is that the council approve the assumption of the municipal services constructed by the subdivider within and related to the Tower Hill South subdivision. Number two, that bylaw number 2023-75 be approved to assume Highlands Boulevard, Fern Ridge Heights, North Hill Avenue, Pristine Trail, Timber Drive, Station Drive, Melrose Drive, Bromont Drive, and Horizon Avenue as shown on plans 45 M251 and 45 M256 as public highways. You, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. One question. So this is the formal assumption of the inventory of infrastructure in the Tower Hill subdivision. That's, I know when we've had snow removal issues in the past, that's been deferred over to the, whether it's Eagleson or whoever is providing that service for the developer. So that those responsibilities will be ours. The one that I had multiple requests for consideration have been out in the new subdivision a number of months ago now in the summer was with regards to the landscaping requirements for the trail sections that are into sort of congruent throughout the development. Is all of that landscape, it's the one detail that can slip through the cracks. So I just want to be sure that when I follow up with these constituents that landscaping has been accommodated and we'll see it flourishing with all its decorative criteria in the spring, I guess.
Mr. Mayor, just as a follow-up, we do have the landscape architect sign off as we do the consultant engineer. So we have a sign off for all the vegetation that is along the trails, and that is to indicate that it's complete in place and of course alive.
Thank you for ensuring that, Wayne. That's excellent. Questions with regards to the report for the subdivision? Councilor Byrne.
Through the chair to Mr. Hancock. There was some issues in that subdivision the last couple of winters with the accumulation of snow being pushed around corners and whatever. Is that going to be an issue for the township moving forward?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Byrne, yeah, first of all, we've had a number of complaints from residents regarding snow removal, and I think it was handled by a contractor for the developer. I would suggest we have, of course, the equipment that we budgeted for and the manpower to address this. And I think the issue has been that there has been no removal of snow in heavy periods of time, and that is something that we would accommodate. So we believe that we'll not have as many complaints and that the level of service from our staff will be even higher than what has been there in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, to Mr. Hancock. I'm guessing by assuming responsibility of these roads that all the laundry list of deficiencies have all been addressed and we're all comfortable with everything at this point and we're willing to take this over.
Mr. Mayor, my cohort beside me here has ensured that he's been on the site several times and inspected all the deficiencies, and they have been corrected to the satisfaction of both the consultant and the municipality.
Well, he's certainly dressed to be trustworthy, so let's just leave it at that. Other questions, members of council, with regards to the assumption report? Moved by Deputy Mayor Huntley, seconded by Councilor Natchoff. All in favor? That is approved. Thank you very much. Mr. Hancock, 10.7, Vargas subdivision road connection report. Mr. Connolly and Mr. Hancock will be taking this, but I believe Mr. Connolly will start. Through you.
So your worship, to council and anyone who's still watching from home, what you have before you is a report PEB 2023-48 with recommendations, 2 recommendations. First being that council receive as information the joint report, planning and development and public works report PEB 2023-48 Vargas subdivision road connection report. And secondly, that council support the recent preferred option 1 that would connect a public access from Street A in the Vargas draft plan subdivision to Colebrook Drive. I'm not sure if your worship, you want me to explain what's in the report or just let that stand as is.
You can start with questions given brevity. Questions, Councilor Burns, sorry.
Through the chair, when I'm looking at this and going down there, the road access, road A, these people bought on a cul-de-sac, and are you gonna run into a problem that way? With the intent that they had when they moved in there? And I get totally the idea that more than one entrance is valuable from a lot of different perspectives, and I push that on when the discussion comes up. But when I look at the map for that parcel, just south of that little access, what used to be the CBR rail line, that's our property, or we're allowed to cross it with a road, or how does that work for that rail line?
Through your worship, to Councilor Byrne, I'll try and answer one part, and then if Mr. Hancock can answer the other. With respect to when Colebrook Drive was extended from Nina Court and created the extension of development for the Beltree Planet subdivision, there were lots sold, and a lot of that has not been built, but certainly the lots are there created. The idea was creating an extension so Colebrook Drive could be extended to whatever that future development is. We have, through more subsequent submissions through Vargas, an idea of what that development looks like. We have had some from residents along Century and along Colebrook concern about development and what that would look like, but nothing formally as part of the participation in the plan of subdivision or in the public meeting for Vargas. So we are aware there have been concerns about if there would be building lots or if there would be roads or the configuration, that sort of thing. But again, not fully participating in the process of the plan of subdivision for Vargas. With respect to, I think you're perhaps talking about the CPR line for Buckland Drive. Is that? So this is probably not the best map. This is Municipal zoning order. And so that was a map. So if you go further down, that was the second submission, which was that map, which was attachment 2. If you go down to this one. So right now I'm getting a signal from Mr. Hancock that he'd like to answer this.
Well, first of all, Mr. Mayor, I think on 2 points, I think Mr. Connolly has answered the question about people on Colebrook. They are aware that the road there was the option of extending, and it was a consideration. And for property owners on Vargas, there are no property sales at this point because the plan is not draft plan approved. In regard to the railway right of way, it is owned by the developer. Those lands are owned by the developer, and so they form part of the plan of subdivision. So the railway or former line that exists to the west of County Road 10 is there, but there's nothing on the east side. So I trust I've answered your question there.
Follow up, Councilor Byrne.
Yeah, through the chair. No, my overall thinking was that that's going to cause a fair bit of traffic out through Centennial Lane at some point, which is kind of maybe not the best thing. I see the intersection at the top of the hill at Fallis could be a very busy place, and people would choose to leave and I don't know when this is going to happen or if it even does happen. All I'm thinking down the road, the impact that it might have on the traffic coming out through Centennial Lane. So that was my question for that. Thank you.
Other questions, members of council? If not, there are 2 recommendations in the report. that council received for information, the joint report, planning and development and public works report, PEB 2023-48 Vargas subdivision road connection report, and the council support the recent preferred option number 1 that would connect the public access from Street A in the Vargas draft plan of subdivision to Colebrook Drive. Moved by Deputy Mayor Huntley, Councilor Natchoff, all in favor, that is approved. Next on the agenda, the third quarter activity report, development and building, Mr. Connolly.
Through your worship, to the rest of the council, staff and members of the public, what you have before you is PEB 2023-49, which is the third quarter activity report, planning, economic development and building. With the recommendation that council receive report PEB 2023-49 third quarter activity report, planning, economic development and building for information. I think this is self-explanatory. I think what we're seeing through the results is we are working towards what was a proposed or projected budget in terms of revenues. We are seeing the impact of a slowing economy and high interest rates at a sustained level, and also uncertainty in the market, which again is progressing, but not at the same rate that we've experienced in the last 3 years.
Through you, sorry, me. Thank you, Mr. Connolly. With regard, is it safe to say that, I mean, that we're seeing, their traditional trend, between the previous quarters, and we're starting to, sort of work back up to what, sort of the less, I know January and February are not the premier building months when it comes to, or development months when it comes to Ontario municipalities. Do we feel like 71 and that, gradual increases is sort of similar, albeit less to the quantity? Are we starting to see potentially more traction, or would you agree with that sentiment? Or are we still, like, obviously we're still somewhat significantly behind, but it's showing that same sort of escalation. It's just a little lower than previous years.
Through your worship, one thing that's an unfair comparison here is that when I started in 2020, we were reaching record levels from before. So we're comparing to what were levels that 21 built on 20, 22 on 21. We're comparing it to 22, which is an extremely hot market. But I would say it's safe to say that these are signs of a strong economy locally. It is stalling, like we've seen in a lot of areas with respect to hibernation of the housing industry. But that said, it's still promising that in this climate environment, we're still achieving and we're working forward.
Thank you, John. Questions, Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, to Mr. Connolly. The financial impact of this, as you're saying, it's down from last year, obviously, which we're familiar with. But how does it compare to what we were budgeting for this year?
Through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Graham, Deputy Mayor Huntley, I apologize for that, for promoting and demoting one. This is one of the things that we try to look for, is the idea of, are we tracking? We had an ambitious target of 250,000. That was certainly before the basically 10 interest rate increases. We are half of that now at third quarter, but that said, in conversation with the chief building official, Mr. Phillips, there are a couple different significant developments that we feel will make up part of the gap. But that said, I think we'll come close, but not quite on the $250,000 market.
Understandably. Other questions with regards to the report, Councilor Byrne?
Through the chair, Mr. Connolly, when I look at the chart, what I'd like to see is completed severances and actual houses built on those severances. You chart the applications. I have no way of knowing if any of that comes to fruition.
Through your worship, to Councilor Byrne, I would like to see those same things too, in terms of completed severances and activity and building permits. What I can do is, in some cases, you'll have applications go forward and they can straddle quarters and years. So if if something starts in 22, it may not be completed till 23. What I can do is try and provide a dashboard with respect to those metrics, with respect to severances, building activity in a more robust way. And if you leave that with me, I'll try and do that in subsequent reports. And perhaps for 2024, we'll provide a different dashboard that will give those metrics, including timelines, because I think under Bill 23 and 109 and some of the implementations around decisions around site plans approval, those type of things, I'll try, if you leave that with me and bear some patience with me, I'll try and come back with a revised product.
Yeah, and it might be most feasible to do it at the annual, in the final report for the year, looking backwards rather than on a quarterly basis, because that's a lot of micro managing. So, but it would be fulsome and helpful to have that at the final quarterly report. So I agree. So thanks for accommodating that. Other questions? If not, There is that we receive the report for information is the motion. Look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Huntley, seconded by Councillor Edgerton. All in favor? That is approved. The next report, 10.9, is from Corporate Services 2023-11 franchise agreement renewal with Enbridge Gas. Ms. Page.
Thank you, Mayor Graham, to yourself and the rest of council. Before you is Corporate Services Report 2023-11 franchise agreement renewal with Enbridge Gas. This report is for information only. Enbridge staff will be coming on December 4th to do a formal presentation. As you will see within the report is the original 2004 approved bylaw with the franchise agreement, and then the proposed new agreement, as well as it outlines the process. So if council has any questions, please make sure you bring those forward at the December 4th meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Page. And just for clarity, if I'm not mistaken, but reading the report, the term is a 20-year report. So that's why 2024 would have been 20 years, I guess, before 2004.
Through you to you, that's absolutely correct. And the process takes between 6 to 8 months, which is why we have to start it. We do a first and second reading, then it goes to the OEB, then it comes back for a final reading.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Questions? Now I'll take a mover and a seconder to receive the report for information. Councillor Natchoff, Councillor Edgerton, all in favor? That is approved. Last but not least, Ms. Hurley, the CAO report and capital status.
Through you, the report is before you. If you have any questions, council, I'm happy to answer.
No questions. I did notice that the good news being that the siding and the roof and the other work done by the public works staff seems to be complete based on the grand opening we did this week. So congratulations on that, and nice to take one thing off the list. So congratulations on that as well. If not, we'll take a motion to receive the report. Oh, Deputy Mayor Huntley, a question.
Through you, Chair, but I was going to look for the chief, but apparently he's gone. But I did hear rumors of concrete being poured next door.
Can attest, I did see the trucks doing exactly that. So that's my visual confirmation for you. Footings are going in. Very good. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Natchoff, Councillor Edgerton, all in favor? That is approved. Council and committee verbal reports. Anyone have a verbal report from their committees? No, I'm going to make note of I don't have a committee report. Our library board meeting isn't until tomorrow night, but we did, a number of us did attend the previously mentioned grand opening of the Cavan Works Operations Center. Kudos to Mr. Hancock, Drew, and all the members of staff that did a great job on that. The facility looks great. And for any of us who are in the old facilities, it's definitely a marked improvement that hopefully keeps our public works staff happy and healthy and comfortable this winter while they do all the snow removal work in the new subdivision and throughout the township. So thank you, Mr. Hancock, for doing that. I also wanted to thank the Legion for conducting our Remembrance Day ceremony at the Cenotaph. As always, fantastic turnout. I know other areas and communities have struggled to both have sustained their legions, but I think never fails to disappoint when it comes to attendance at the event, and the ceremony went very well. So kudos to all those members involved, and we'll look for a motion to receive those council verbal reports. Councillor Natchoff, Councillor Byrne, all in favor? That is approved. There is no general business. There is no correspondence for information. There is no correspondence for action. Bylaws, bylaw number 2023-75 being a bylaw to assume Highlands Boulevard, Fernridge Heights, North Hill Avenue, Pristine Trail, Timber Drive, Station Drive, Melrose Drive, Romont Drive, Horizon Avenue as shown on plans 45M-251 and 45M-256 as public highways, and that bylaw number 2023-76 being a bylaw to impose and consolidate user fees and charges, and that bylaw number 2023-77 being a bylaw to stop up and close a portion of Ashley Crescent described as parts 1 and 2, Plan 45R 1756A to authorize the transfer of parts 1 and 2, Plan 45R-1756A to Woodville Properties, Inc. as its nominee be read a first, second, and third time and passed this 20th day of November, signed by the mayor clerk, and the corporate seal attached thereto. Moved by Deputy Mayor Huntley, Councillor Natchoff, seconder, all in favor? That is approved. There is no unfinished business. Any notices of motion? I don't believe any were provided to the clerk. Confirming bylaw. Bylaw number 2023-70 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the meeting held November 20th, 2023 be read a first, second, third time and passed this 20th day of November, signed by the mayor and the clerk, and the corporate seal attached thereto. Moved by Councillor Byrne, Councillor Edgerton, all in favor? That is approved. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Natchoff, Councillor Edgerton, all in favor? That is approved. There's a number of upcoming events and meetings. The Cavan Monaghan Public Library Board meeting is tomorrow at the Millbrook Branch at 7 p.m. Millbrook Valley Trails next advisory committee meeting is November 27th at 4 p.m. in the council chambers. The regular council meeting is next regularly scheduled council meeting is Monday, December 4th, 2023 at 1 p.m. We also have our special council budget meeting coming up on Thursday, December 7th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And also on Saturday, December 9th, this didn't make it into the report, but the Santa Claus Parade is at 1 p.m. on Saturday, December 9th, as it always does, proceeding down King Street from the Millbrook Yard into downtown. And lastly, the regular council meeting after December 4th is December 18th, 2023 at 1 p.m.